nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Brownie with a final thought after he tells us about our friends at New York Butcher Shop here.
They bring you the steak bet with aged, prime, certified Angus beef steaks and roast, the all-natural, hormone-free chicken, lamb, and veal. Amazing pork chops, the Rock pork chops, right there at New York Butcher Shop. Two great locations. We use them often, not far from us here in Cahaba Heights, also Highway 119 in Greystone. New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. They'll bring you steak bets throughout the year. We unfortunately end the show with some very sad news from the Associated Press. One of the greatest athletes of our lifetime, Brazilian soccer legend Pate, has passed away.
Long-time illness. Been battling it a long time. What is he, 82?
82. 3 World Cups. I mean, rock star, you and Tyler are soccer guys. I mean, he's widely regarded as the best of all time, right? Yeah. So he's the Michael Jordan of his sport, or whoever you want to compare him to, the Tom Brady of his sport.
He's more of the Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth, whatever, the greatest that's ever done it.
And then these guys that are playing now are the Michael Jordans of the world.
So he's described by the Associated Press as the standard bearer for the beautiful game. So you're right, more of a guy that, like a Jack Nicklaus, who had his career and they became just almost like an ambassador for the game.
Right. He was, for most of the people's lives who are watching us, the one soccer player the world could name was Pele.
That's right. Absolutely, yeah. And Scott giving you very quickly a memorial photo there of the great Pele. Lived a great life, soccer legend. Sport owes him a lot, obviously, and passes today at the age of 82.
The big story in college athletics, NFL Commissioner Kevin Warren is a finalist for the Bears president CEO job. I would imagine it would not have gotten to this point if he was not going to get the job, because that would look, I think, bad on the Big Ten to have that floating around out there like that. And I'm right, the Big Ten offices, are they in Chicago?
Yes, they are in Chicago, so you don't even have to sell a house.
Yeah, so he's right there as it is anyway. And that's going to be big news because it is arguably the most powerful position in college athletics, that and Greg Sankey of the SEC. So that job being open is important to college athletics, and it's important to Greg Sankey in the SEC because you like having someone in that position. If you two can work together, you can control college athletics. If you two are like-minded people who see things exactly the same way, I don't know if Kevin Warren and Greg always were that together. But Greg and the next Big Ten commissioner, if they see things the same way, they
have all the control.
They hold all the power.
That's right. You have all the control because everybody has to fall in line with you because you're the two big dogs.
Yeah, I don't even know where you start thinking. Have you seen any candidates to replace him? I haven't either.
I have not.
And I don't even know where you start.
Yeah, and don't forget, it's interesting. He's viewed the way he is because he got off to a very rough start. Yeah. I mean,
the pandemic,
them not playing during COVID, and if you'll remember, he was at an SEC game because his son played for Mississippi State.
That's right.
So they were not even playing, and then he was at a game. It was just a really, really bad look, and he made the wrong choice there.
Gene Smith at Ohio State, who oftentimes when they're changing the guard is the most powerful guy in the Big Ten. It'll be interesting to see if he's interested in that job or if he just likes staying at Ohio State. I don't know where else you go.
I don't either. I mean, that's a big job, but it's also a job you would want to take right now because you've just had expansion. You've just signed the media deal. Yes.
Yeah, $1 billion media deal every year, and USC, UCLA coming in, and you've got the playoffs already worked out. It's really now you just sit here and pick the fruit off the tree.
That's right.
Yeah, and make $1 million-something a year. It's a good gig. I'm sure there's more to it than that. But
yeah, we make it sound very easy.
I'll take the gig, though, is what I'm saying. Lance back with us tomorrow, and it'll be our final show of 2022 as we get ready for the semifinals of college football and Alabama's Sugar Bowl game. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go now, live on what is this, a Friday now?
Friday.
I'm so confused because
I am too.
I've got people to the right of me, people to the left of me. Look who's alive, Rockstar.
Look who's back.
I will tell you, man, I don't know how much you guys want to get into it. We can do it whenever.
No, let's start right now. Everybody wants to know. We haven't seen you since Wednesday a week ago.
Yeah, I apologize. I pride myself on not getting sick. I went my first 20 years at Jocks without taking a sick day. And when we started mornings, I got pneumonia the very next week. And my internist was like, that's really strange that you got pneumonia, but I was out for a couple of days with that. Well, anyway, fast forward to last week, I wake up on Thursday morning, and that's when we had like the 40-degree temperature change.
Right, yes.
And sometimes when we have these massive temperature change, my allergies act up, and I start having some body aches, and it's not that big of a deal. It lasts like a day, and it's gone. I figured that's what it was. Well, then Friday, I felt a little bit worse. Well, Saturday morning when I got up, I have never felt that bad in my life. That was Christmas Eve. And I decided to go to a med help, went to a med help. They told me that my oxygen was low. They didn't have oxygen there, that I needed to go to the ER, which is a little concerning.
Yeah, first of all, they're med help. They don't have oxygen?
No, they did not have oxygen.
I mean, there's a chance we've got oxygen in our back closet back here. We have a lot of stuff.
I go to ER, and they put me on an IV, and they put me on oxygen, and I was in there for like 3 hours. I didn't know if I was going to get out, if I was going to spend Christmas Eve in the ER, but I went home. I felt a little bit better just because of the IV, and then Christmas, I've never felt worse. The day after Christmas was terrible. It literally, so anyway, I get diagnosed. They did a swab, and they were checking for COVID, pneumonia, or the flu. Come back with the flu. I've never had the flu. In every conversation I've had since, why didn't you get the flu shot? Well, I've never had the flu.
Yeah.
Why get the flu shot? Now, moving forward, I will get the flu shot. But this flu that's going around, and I know some people are listening or watching that have probably gotten it, or somebody in their family's gotten it, it is awful. It whipped my ass.
Yeah. Emergency room.
So would not recommend is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh, no. And it's really sad because I didn't see my kids from the 23rd until the 27th. So I did not get to have Christmas with my kids. I was basically solo. And it's not a big deal because I felt so bad, and I got to watch my Rams look amazing, by the way.
The one highlight, right?
They really lost the game. I think the drugs is the one that makes you think they look amazing.
Well, I thought they looked amazing. But I didn't get to see my kids until the 27th, and they had to come over, and everybody had to wear masks, and they had to sit apart from me. So tonight I finally get to hang out with my kids. I'm excited about that. It's been a really rough 8 days. On the other side of it, I actually even got a small workout in this morning. I appreciate you guys being patient with me.
Yeah, well, not us. I mean, we get paid to do this, but it's the wonderful viewers and listeners who have missed you every day you have not been here. So,
and it is funny that people think it was a hangover. It was not a hangover.
I mean, I've seen you have some bad hangovers.
Yeah, you guys have seen the worst of my hangovers.
Yeah, I don't think a week.
But I went 7 days without a sip of alcohol. Finally had 2 glasses of wine last night and felt great about it.
Yeah, I will tell you that.
Back for a Friday beer today.
They have been.
We got some bad news for you.
We got some bad news about our keg.
I see that.
Yeah, we rented our keg out.
Somebody's having a kegger, and where did they come for the keg? Do we go to a beverage company? No, go to the next round.
No,
They've got a keg.
Brittany did reach out. Look,
I know.
Adams is nice enough to provide us with this kegerator. When they have special events, they come and wheel it out. That's fine. They clean it up. And
They clean it and bring it back
That's
to
right.
us.
It's going to be nice and new. When
it
comes
will
back.
be shiny and new with 2 new
Shiny
bags.
and new, and they bring it back full every time.
That's
It's
right.
like loaning your car to a good friend. So Lance is back. We'll have some fun today, but we've seen Lance, and when somebody's out sick, and I never even like to tell where Brown goes on vacation when he's out, but when, I try not to give out too much personal information, but when people were talking about hangover, I was like, he's just under the weather, he's sick. I think I dropped flu one time. I didn't want to go all into it because I didn't want to spill all his tea out here on the air, but I've seen mornings where Lance, I would think there is no way, when we poured him into bed, there is no way he's going to be at the 9 a.m. show in Atlanta on I think it was an SEC championship day.
It was 2010.
Yeah, South Carolina.
Auburn, South Carolina. We had an early morning show, and I told Dunaway the night the night we last saw Lance.
Yes.
I was like, hey, it's going to be me and you in the morning. Zero shot he's there.
And not only did he show up for the show, he did not miss the start of the show. The guy is he's an Iron Man. He is the Cal Ripken for the most part of what we do here. So glad to have you back.
Yeah,
it feels normal.
LT Gray, this does make me nervous. I don't know if you guys have heard about this. I just assume when you get something like the flu or COVID that you're immune for a while. Well, somebody was telling me they got this flu and then they got it a week again later.
Well, that's not good.
And LT Gray said, watch out for the rebound.
The
he got
rebound
it twice
flu?
within 3 weeks. I don't know how I avoid that because we do a lot of social events and we're out a lot.
We do.
And, I mean, there's nothing I can do about it.
No,
but
you
boy,
just got to live life, man.
God, I hope I don't get that thing again.
That's why we just keep rolling along. And so, too, does the college football world. We'll get into all that. But Precision Sports, they'll get you back in the game just like LT is back in the game today, man.
Yeah, look, our friends at Precision, it's the end of the year. A lot of people are taking advantage of their insurance they've got right now. Remember, 'tis the season to go see our friends. Make plans for 2023, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. They encourage you to start out 2023, less pain, schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off, make an appointment, start saving today, precisionsportsortho.com/provider. Should I send Forster that picture of me in the ER?
I mean, it's not your best moment. It's
if you just want to send it to him for show archives in case we ever need to do a memoriam for you at the end, it'll be a nice little transition picture to flowers outside the next round doors.
Well, there are some people that just, they're like, this guy was just taking some time off, or he's overselling this. I just want to, prove the fact that I was not overselling this.
No. Send it to him. We'll show it a little bit later in the show. But we'll do college football playoffs conversation and everything as we move throughout the day. Josh Pate is our first guest 1 hour from now. I believe Josh is in the ATL, right? He is in Atlanta for that big showdown between Georgia and Ohio State. Also, Chris Mortensen. Mort will be with us today as we get ready for a very important weekend in the National Football League. John Parker Wilson will join us from down in New Orleans. He was part of Nick Saban's head coach show last night. But let's go with what we saw on the field yesterday, and we'll go backwards. Game that we saw last night. And Washington beating Texas down in the Alamo Dome, which is one of those bowl games that always seems to be entertaining. And Kalen DeBoer's first year as the head coach at Washington can only be described as brilliant. 11-2, and he ends with a bowl win over Texas. I think he was 4-0 against top 25 teams this year. The guy got it done at Washington.
Yeah, I mean, one of those guys in the top 5 or 7, coaches of the year. I mean, just an incredible job. Look, they had a roster. They talked about it last night on the broadcast. And, I thought Washington was going to be really good last year. Jimmy Lake gets fired in season. And Kalen DeBoer found his quarterback in Michael Penix Jr. Michael Penix Jr. has been fantastic. They had a lot of balance with this offense. And, I've got Texas coming up on our 4 downs, but a really disappointing season for Texas.
I'm interested. And later on, can we, not here in this segment, Brandon, but later on, can we rank the top 5 teams in Texas and the top 5 teams in Florida right now? Because, watching Florida State and Texas and where TCU is, I find that interesting, and where we think they're going to be in the next 5 years. But watching Michael Penix Jr., is he – and I know he's had better games than he had last night. He was still effective. What did he throw the ball? 54 times.
A lot of incomplete passes, but
he seems to be he's freewheeling, man. He was slinging it around. Is he the kind of guy that can be consistent enough to win a championship at Washington?
I mean, I don't know. They almost did it. They almost played for it this year. I think it was the Arizona State loss that is what kept them out of the championship game, right? I think if they beat Arizona State, they play for the conference championship, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and that's one of those games they lose by 7, and if they played that game 10 more times, they'd win it 10 times.
Probably so. You're right. But, to your question about Penix, and he's got another year.
That's right. He's coming back to Washington.
That's right.
They will start off next year somewhere.
Top 20.
Yeah, somewhere. I was going to say top 12.
Yeah.
I think that may be a bit much. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. You got to figure out the Pac-12 because USC is obviously going to be a top 5 team.
That's right. Oregon's going to be in between the two.
Oregon's going to be right there.
Utah might be.
Utah is going to be right there.
I think Utah will be 4th.
I don't know. Utah just played for the conference
Is
championship.
Cam Rising back? Or
He's back.
He's back,
okay.
and there's
Well,
a lot of respect for. And I was getting to that. And there's a lot of respect for Whittingham. So that's why I think they'll probably be top 20.
Yeah.
You're not gonna have that many Pac-12 teams in your top 12.
I mean, for the last year, and I have this written down, but we'll go ahead and talk about it here. For the last year of the Pac-12 as we know it, it's going to be a marquee year with the quarterbacks they have coming back.
That's what I was getting to.
Yeah.
So you got Penix coming back there. You got Bo Nix coming back at Oregon. You got Cam Rising coming back. And you got the Heisman Trophy winner and Caleb Williams coming back.
Yes.
It is
and DJU at Oregon State.
Yeah, that's right. DJU going to Oregon State. If he can find his form, it's going to be a really good quarterback. Now, I don't know that they're going to contend for the national championship by any stretch. USC might. They were close this year. But it's going to be an exceptional quarterback conference. I mean, if you're looking where in preseason all the great quarterbacks are going to be, it's going to be in the Pac-12.
Well, I mean, the Pac-12 has 5 teams in the top 15 right now.
That's right.
And 6 overall in the top 20. I mean, the Pac-12 was the most improved conference by far. I thought
agree.
the SEC had a down year. Pac-12 over-exceeded expectations.
Tom says, where did the Husky coach come from? Kalen DeBoer, he was a Fresno State guy. Stacy with a quick answer there for him in the chat room. We love when chat room, Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, help each other out, give each other the answers. Vulcan Tire and chat room, what is, just like an Alexa over there, just whatever. You just ask the question. They'll give you an answer.
It's the modern day Foy. You remember the Foy Center at Auburn where you could call them and ask any question and they could answer it? And I mean, people would challenge it all the time, and they'd find the answer.
Yeah. Hey, so you guys, when you look at Washington overall as a program, I'm talking about the history of college football, top 25, top 30, top 40?
Yeah, probably top 30. I mean, without sitting here and scratching it out, I would say I could consider them a top 30 program. They've won a national championship.
They won a national championship.
There was a time that I would have said they were a top 20 program. And then there was a time I would have said they were a top 25 program. I would say top 30 now.
Yeah,
I think it slipped a little.
And I think Don James, when they won that national championship, was considered probably a top 10 coach, and they were probably a top 15, top 20 program. The reason I bring it up, last night's win gives them 11 wins on the season. That's only the 3rd time in Washington history they've won 11 games.
That's right. Now, of course, we're playing more games, 11-2, but unbelievable season for Washington.
They're 18th all-time wins in Power 5. That's a
what
little
I'm saying.
surprising.
Yeah.
I mean, Virginia Tech's right in front of them. Pitt's right behind them. They're in front of Florida in all-time wins, and Arkansas.
Virginia Tech is in front of Washington?
Yeah, isn't that surprising?
Yeah.
766 all-time wins for Virginia Tech. Thank you, Frank Beamer, for a lot of those.
Now, you had Ty Willingham shit the bed 0-12.
He did. 758 all-time for Washington.
That's a 25-game swing in 1 year.
Yeah, in 2 years, because there was one Apple Cup where it was 1 win versus 1 win, right?
Yeah.
So you had a couple of blank seasons there in Washington. The other side of the coin is Texas, and I know it's easy to go, what are they, 8-5, and that it was a disappointing year, and I think you can call it a disappointing year for Texas, but it is still an improvement of where they were the last couple of years. But as you get ready to look at the future of Texas football, you talk about erratic. That Quinn Ewers kid, he is throwing. He's not precise with his throws. He's not on target with a lot of his throws. The door is open for Arch Manning to come in and win that job next year. We thought Arch would be watching 1 year behind a talented Quinn Ewers from what we saw in the first half of the Alabama game, but I'm not sure Ewers can win that quarterback battle.
Ewers has got a ton of talent, though. He's got a live arm, and we saw it. And I think Arch Manning had at least given a lean or given a verbal when Alabama and Texas played.
They had. And you came in that day and said, Arch Manning set the bench. I was like, whoa, Lance, that was 2 drives of football.
When Ewers went out with the shoulder injury, he looked incredible. I mean, he was precise. He was in control. And for a guy that had never played college football, at least until this year, in his, 3rd career start to be going against Alabama, or 2nd career start to play like that?
He's watching a little too much Patrick Mahomes right now, I think. His arm angles and some of the throws he's trying to make, slinging it sidearm, is not accurate enough for him to be consistent enough for what Texas needs.
That was his first 200-plus yard passing game since before Halloween.
Yeah.
So, that was one good game. He did not have a good year. Quinn Ewers did not. There was nothing about what Quinn Ewers did this year that makes you think it's a guarantee Arch Manning sitting behind him.
Yeah, and was not consistent enough for them to win last night. Washington wins that game. Earlier in the middle game yesterday, you had Florida State beat Oklahoma in a super entertaining game. The negative first, because we are the modern-day American media. It was the first losing season at Oklahoma since 1998. Since the 1900s, Oklahoma does not have a winning season. Now, Brent Venables is recruiting his way out of this. Lincoln Riley took a lot of the good stuff out of the refrigerator in the cupboard when he went with him, including the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback to USC. But it is still surprising to look at Oklahoma and see them at 6-7.
I mean, it's easy to say this. I mean, you would say it of Alabama too. There's never a reason they should be 6-7. And I'd put Oklahoma in that category. Now, saying that, I have seen Alabama do it several times in my lifetime. So I guess you can never say that. But like looking at Alabama football right now, how far away are they from 6-7? And Oklahoma should be that. Georgia's that type of program now. Ohio State's that type of program. Oklahoma should be that type of program. How they're ever 6-7?
Yeah, like you're saying, even if you go to Georgia and you take whoever you think the starting quarterback is going to be next year, their best receiver, you take just 5 or 6 players with you to another school.
Kirby's not 6-7.
Yeah, Kirby's not 6-7. That's in the SEC.
Yeah, maybe 9-3, 8-4.
Yeah,
which would be a really bad year at Georgia right now.
Yeah, and same way at Ohio State, and
Alabama.
And you think
Michigan
the same way
now.
at Alabama?
Yeah,
right?
I mean, so 6-7 is just baffling to me that Venables was that bad in year one. And you're talking about him having to recruit his way out of it. There are rumors of maybe some coaching changes there.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't get the staff right exactly, or maybe some of the staff there. Maybe Jeff Lebby isn't as thrilled about that opportunity as he once was. He might look elsewhere. So
that was what was
you could
surprising
have some
to me,
turmoil.
though, is you bring in Lebby. Venables is such a good defensive guy. I mean, Lebby's offense, we watched it last year at Ole Miss, and I know Lane Kiffin has a big thumbprint on that. But I thought Lebby was a really good hire in getting Dylan Gabriel in the transfer portal. Again, TCU was not ranked to begin the season. They weren't in a bowl game last year. Kansas State wins the Big 12. Oklahoma to go 6-7 with an experienced quarterback, it's inexcusable.
Yeah, and by the way, the two teams that we just talked about losing are the crown jewels of the SEC expansion we have coming in 2024. They both took the L's in bowl games yesterday in Oklahoma and Texas. You seem to be sidestepping a little bit of Lebby and Tuscaloosa. I mean, that's a buzz, right?
Alabama was going to have an offensive coordinator opening, and I mean, Jeff Lebby's name will be mentioned. I'm not saying he's getting the job, taking the job, or anything like that. I am just saying I wouldn't be surprised if you see some staff changes there at Oklahoma. I don't know that.
And Lebby, just to tie it all up, though, Lebby has a playbook that would be familiar to the Alabama offense because of its ties to Sarkisian and to what Lane did. Lebby calls those same type of plays.
Yeah, but if you're just hiring Jeff Lebby on this year, you don't hire him. I mean, you don't look at what he did at Oklahoma and say, oh, that's a guy I absolutely have to have.
But 32 points, to me, it's the Brent Venables defense that I'm confused by, right? I'm looking at them last night with just breakdowns. They seem to be confused on what they're trying to do, as if Brent Venables was trying to teach them a 400 level course, and were only ready to take a 100 level course on defense.
Right. I mean, you were coming off your last regular season game. You give up 51 in a loss to Texas Tech.
Yeah,
that's right.
So you scratch your head. You really wonder what happened with this defense. Again, there was really no excuses for Oklahoma. Year one. Everybody gets a pass, but if you're Oklahoma, you got to be better than 6-7. You have to be, especially in a wide open Big 12.
30 points a game scoring defense. I mean, that's not Brent Venables football right there. I mean, there may be staff changes there. There may be an introspection of what went wrong, but he's got to look in the mirror. I mean, he's a defensive guy, and your defense is giving up 30 points a game.
Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Nichols Outfitters getting you ready in a safe manner for your valuables to start 2023. A little bit more of college football in our opening segment after Brownie tells us about this.
Yeah, safely secure your valuables and firearms with a safe from Nichols Outfitters. Nichols Outfitters offering 25% off in-stock Browning and Champion safes. That's potentially a savings of hundreds of dollars. Safely secure your firearms, valuables, gold, cash, heirlooms from Nichols Outfitters, and save up to 25% off right now. I-65 exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters, we know outdoors.
Minnesota also beat Syracuse yesterday in the Pinstripe Bowl. Mo Ibrahim, the all-time leading rusher at Minnesota now, really good career for him and a good way for Minnesota to end the season. Basketball last night. I gave you the wrong number, Rockstar. It's cut 6. I apologize. Basketball last night, UAB at home. We talked to Andy this week. They are off now to a 2-0 start, tied for first place in Conference USA. But it was not the type of performance Andy wanted last night. This thing goes double overtime, and there were some gutsy plays by UAB just to get the thing to overtime, then do double overtime. But then they end up winning at 77-73. A lot of lessons to be learned from this win last night, but it was not the A game for the Blazers.
No, not at all. And UAB only shoots 36%. They were fortunate, down 11 in this game. Fortunate that UTEP played awful and still had every opportunity to win this game. I mean, UTEP had 25 turnovers. They missed 11 free throws, 14 of 25 from the stripe. So it's not like the Miners played good basketball. This was probably UAB's worst performance of the year in a win.
Jelly shot poorly. I mean, you're not going to survive. I think he was 7 of 25, 2 of 15 from beyond the arc. You're not going to survive many games where the leading scorer in the nation shoots like that. And he's probably not going to shoot like that many games. That's the good news.
I tweeted out the video earlier from my Twitter account at Jim Dunaway. KJ Buffin's the block right before the end of overtime to get it to double overtime. 3 seconds left. It's a little 3-foot little layup basically for UTEP to win the game, and he blocks it, defends the house, and that gets it to double overtime. Then UAB wins it. Here's Andy after the performance last night down at Bartow.
I'm sitting there looking, man, and they led that game for 41 minutes, man. Joe had his guys playing. They were playing. They were tougher than us, man. They were just whipping us on 50-50 balls. You hear the term win your one-on-one a lot in football, especially in wide receivers, DBs, but you don't hear as much in basketball. But we weren't winning many one-on-ones. They were a lot of loose balls they were getting, just playing tougher than us. Hung around, and then we had an opportunity that it's unfathomable that we didn't finish it. So now you're just dejected, and I told the group, man, we didn't do a whole lot of things right, but what we did do is kept fighting. Perseverance is very valuable. I have learned that in my ripe old age. It's probably the most valuable trait that you can have, and tonight I think our guys learned the importance of persevering.
Yeah. UAB still unbeaten in conference play and still one of those teams to be reckoned with when we get to March Madness. A conversation with Jelly Walker on our video platforms later today, right?
That's absolutely correct. Our weekly visit with the UAB guard, leading the nation in scoring.
You heard
it's out right now.
Is it out right now?
It's out right
now. Look at Scott Forrester turning that around.
You heard AK mention Joe Golding. I'm sure you guys talked about the story.
We did. We asked Andy about it, too. He and Joe know each other pretty well.
I mean, what an amazing
That's crazy,
story,
isn't it?
Yeah, if you are not familiar with all the air travel issues in America, in the Dallas airport, the UTEP coach sees 3 Pitt football players who are stranded. They can't make a flight. Their flight's been canceled. Joe's flight's been canceled. He's renting a vehicle to take his family from Dallas to El Paso, a 9-hour drive. And he invites the 3 football players to jump in with his family, and he drives them to El Paso. And Andy told us that was, he's just that kind of guy.
That's pretty awesome. 600 miles, 2 stops, made his wife sit all the way in the back.
Yeah. And by the way, the players are there, and Pitt plays later today in El Paso, and hopefully the Miners make it back safely to El Paso as we continue to deal with air travel issues in America. When we come back, we will get into the games we got today and a little bit of the college football playoffs leading into Josh Pate coming up in an hour. The show being brought to you in part by our great friend C-Stew. Boy, we're so thankful for Chris Stewart and the fine folks at Gutter Cap with us throughout the year of 2022 as we turn the calendar to 2023. Protect your house. If you've never used Gutter Cap before, this is the year to do it.
It's a patented aluminum coverage system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out, eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, and right now you can still take advantage of that end of the year 2022 special. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212. You can also go online for more information, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. I didn't do this to start with because I was so shocked Lance was back with us. Rockstar and Tyler the intern. Rocky, by the way, and is that our new black hoodie right there? That staff-issued black hoodie? I like that.
Thank you.
It's a sweet look. I wore mine yesterday.
Yeah.
You all right?
I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Man, it's like something new pops up every day. I haven't seen that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, your voice is. Are you worried?
I've been stopped up. Yes, I'm always worried. I've been stopped up for about a week and a half now.
Okay.
Have we ever announced what you're about to do in 2023 on the air?
No, we have not.
When are we going to do that?
I have not. I always leave it to the leader, Jim. He's the one that says everything. So whenever you want to bring it up.
I don't. In a way, it's a great thing, but in a way, it's sort of a sad thing. Should we bring it up?
I mean, there's a chance we never see him again.
Wow.
I mean, that's
should
true,
continue.
Lance.
I mean, look, when Cliff Burton went to Europe.
Thank you, Lance.
I'm just saying.
And there will be snow.
We thought we'd see another North American tour.
Yeah, you did, but it took a while. You said Jason Newsted instead.
Let's do it. Let's go ahead and tell everybody. Rockstar is getting the opportunity to go on tour in 2023, and we'll be away from the show for how long? 6 weeks? 4 weeks?
It is 31 days total.
Yeah, but you're going to hit us on Zoom and stuff like that.
Yes.
From the road.
We are doing a West Coast tour for Black Jacket Symphony. We're going to be doing Fleetwood Mac's Rumors, and we actually start our Southern tour stuff next weekend, where I'll be doing Friday, Saturday shows all through January. And I think we're here February 10th at the BJCC, and then Valentine's Day starts our 31-day run.
Yeah, my wife wants to go to that show at the BJCC, so I got to go.
Her
get
husband
tickets.
doesn't want to go.
That is so untrue. I like going and watching you sing. I'm going to go get tickets.
Just the opposite in my house. I want to go. Maggie says no way.
Yeah,
does not want to go.
It's a good show.
Yeah.
I'm confused. I thought Menudo was coming back, a reunion tour.
No,
you were playing Ricky Martin. It was groundbreaking. You were going to be the first ever American to actually be a Menudo.
That's the singles thing that I'm doing. Yeah. That's another.
But this is something you've always wanted to do, right? Is do a road trip.
It's a bucket list thing. You've always wanted to be on tour. I've never been, as a visitor, I've never been to the state of California, Arizona, or Oregon.
And you're going to hit all those?
New Mexico. I've never been to New Mexico. So we're hitting all these spots.
Is this like a debaucherous tour where you roll pianos out of hotel windows?
Will you fly out and get a bus, or do you bus out?
We start.
So it's a bus tour from day one.
Our first day is in New Orleans on February 14th. And so we start in New Orleans, and then we just start going to Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California, Oregon.
Sleeper bus?
Oh, yeah.
It's old school. It's old school,
Yeah,
like
no
rock and
hotels.
roll in the 70s.
No hotels.
So Rockstar is on a bus for 31 days, and Brown doing what you do in our business. So the Rockstar people don't do a total turnout for those 31 days. He'll be joining us in unscheduled times from the road. The content will be tremendous. I'm being paid to say that by our bosses here, that the content will be tremendous from Rockstar on the road. So do not turn out if you're a Rockstar fan those 31 days. He just will not be punching the buttons. That's where the very important Tyler the intern, who's sitting over your shoulder, comes into play, right? Tyler,
He's going to be the viewing menu guy. He's going to be the trash guy.
Yep.
Everything, huh?
Damn, you got some pressure.
Yeah, we
on you,
hand it
Tyler.
all over to Tyler, do we?
Yeah. And Tyler,
At least you get paid a ton.
Hey, so where do you shower? Do you shower at the venues?
Venues.
So every venue's got a good shower?
Not every venue has a shower.
So there's just some days you're not going to get a shower?
Some nights you just can't shower.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that sucks.
So,
Life
I
on
mean,
the road, man.
is it greedy of Rockstar to go on this tour, or is it a baller move that you do that when you've got an infant at home? That is just an unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
It's a baller play.
I like Jim bringing this up.
It's a ball, well, that's what people are talking about.
Well, here's the thing. When I brought it up to my wife, she even said, I want you to go. It's going to be hard, but I don't want you to regret this and hold it against me.
Oh, what a good wife.
Having, I said, I totally agree. I want to do this, and I don't want to do this because I don't want to not see you or my son for 31 days.
FaceTime.
Yeah, well, FaceTime's too. Do you think an 8-month-old's going to know what the hell's
Nope.
looking at?
No, I mean, you're gonna miss him bad. I mean, it's going to be tough.
There's been, I told them the other day, Nancy stayed at Troy for 2 extra days, so I had the house to myself 2 extra nights, and I missed the hell out of him.
Yeah.
Yep. But that's what Michael's a new father as well. You better be banking those diaper changes right now because the wife won't be happy.
I do it every morning. I'm the feeder and the changer every morning.
Every morning.
Every morning at 5:30. That's me.
No, I think that would be a ton of fun. I don't
Me
think
too.
I don't think my current self could handle that.
Oh, no, you could not. Not 30 days on the road. And how many Fleetwood Mac shows you will do?
Everything combined, I think, is like 44 shows. Now,
Yeah.
what's really hard, it's going to kill me, we have, to start it off on the February 14th, I think we have 13 or 14 straight.
Oof.
So that's straight nights of playing a show without an off day because it's just the way things line up. And it is, just imagine singing and the way I jump up and down the stage. I got to tame myself and pace myself.
How's
for
the
a
new
marathon.
Stevie Nicks?
She's really good. We've had her name's Jess Muse. She was in American Idol. I can't remember what season. She placed in the top 5.
Wow.
She does really, really well.
Wow.
So we've only had that 2 marathon rehearsals because we got people from Ohio, we got people from Nashville. So we all had to get together one day.
Yeah, she doesn't look like Stevie Nicks.
She doesn't, which is fine. I don't look like Lindsey Buckingham. So
She actually looks better than Stevie Nicks.
Yeah, and
Even in her
you
prime.
look closer to Lindsey Buckingham than she looks to Stevie Nicks.
thank you, Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
There might have been a compliment in there.
There was not.
I will tell you, Rocky is not a threat, but boy, I bet there's a lot of women that would not want their man going on tour with this girl.
Oh, yeah.
We've dabbled upon that.
Do we have a pick?
She actually brought it up to me when I had lunch with you guys the other day.
Did you really?
Yeah. Rockstar has rules, which I've been with Rockstar, not as long as you have. I don't think Rockstar needs rules.
Yes,
No.
I was like, is this the one thing you seriously worried
Yeah,
about this?
yeah.
No, I mean,
Zero to worry about.
there are not a lot of men. I mean, I trust my wife implicitly that I would say my wife could go on a 30-day road trip with that guy and sleep in the same room with him. Rockstar is one of them. I would say I'm cool with that.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm okay, Jennifer. You go.
Yeah. Rockstar could do anything, and I would trust him when it comes to the opposite sex.
Yeah. Boy, if
Yeah.
I didn't have anything better to do, I'd run interference for you.
All right. Hear me out, Nancy. I got a plan.
My gosh.
I will keep Rockstar away from her.
In the immortal words of Wimp Sanderson, nasty buzzard, nasty snake.
All right, part of the show being brought to you by Dr. B. LT's hair is 14% higher right now.
Yeah, look, we went in to see Dr. Beckenstein almost a year ago, I guess. Look, the older you get, things fall out, things fall apart. Started to lose the hair, asked around. Everybody said Dr. B is the guy you need to go see. When I went in for that second analysis, 14% thicker on the hair already. Started that second treatment. Absolutely loving this. People are asking me about Dr. B all the time. T3hair.net, T3hair.net. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He uses that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or online, t3hair.net.
Paul, who's watching us on Twitch, one of our many video platforms, does the Big 12 starting out 1-5 in bowl games change your opinion on TCU? They had many close games against those teams that are losing games right now. Does it tend you to believe blowout is coming against Michigan? LTU first.
Okay, so since 2014, when Ohio State pulled that upset in year one of the college football playoff over Alabama as a 7.5-point underdog, there have been 9 7-point plus favorites. They're 9-0, and the average score is 38-14. And when I go back and I look at TCU, they've got 6 one-possession wins, but they were physically dominated in a couple of games. And really those 2 games against Kansas State. To me, Kansas State is almost a poor man's edition of Michigan. So I think this thing could get away from TCU quickly.
Yeah, Michigan just, they've had a layoff, so you always have to factor that in, Brownie, that there's been a layoff and everybody's not clicking where they were at the end of the season. It takes, a special group to come out with your A game after this big of a layoff, but Michigan they usually don't beat themselves. They don't make those kind of mistakes that could let TCU get back in the game if they get behind.
See, they don't, and I'm like Lance. There's way too much is made of the conference bowl schedule. Way too much is made of that. All I needed to see was the regular season to doubt TCU. It's got nothing to do with how the Big 12's done in the bowls. I'm with Lance. I mean, you watch them. There were games where they were physically dominated, and they pulled victory out of thin air at times. Kansas State being one of those, Baylor being one of those, where they were the first go-around against Kansas State regular season game. They were incredibly fortunate to win those 2 games. Yeah. So it doesn't matter to me what the Big 12's done in the bowl games. I don't care about that.
Look, no Blake Corum, we know that. Donovan Edwards has been great since he took over. If he has success, Michigan will win this game going away. Now, I will say this, TCU, when they played, and I know Sonny Dykes made a big point of saying when SEC's playing Citadel, we were playing Texas.
He did say that.
When they did play Texas, they held Bijan to 29 yards.
They did, which is important.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you can hold Bijan to 29 yards, he is a better back than Donovan Edwards. If they have success there and J.J. McCarthy's got to make plays vertically, TCU's got a shot.
Rockstar cut number 13, this is Sonny Dykes, talking about how his TCU team, to Brown's point, no matter what the situation was in a context, they found a way to get to the college football playoffs no matter the odds.
I think our team has been, really gritty, competitive, team that's got a lot of confidence. That's the key when you have a team that can overcome deficits. It really comes down to a belief in each other and a confidence in each other, and confidence comes from a work ethic and an understanding that our team has put the work in, paid the price, done what they need to do in order to go out and compete at a high level week in, week out. So if things don't go our way early in ball games, we don't panic. Guys keep grinding, keep working, and I think, again, it shows the mentality of this team that we're a tough-minded football team and, a team that's never really pays much attention to the scoreboard. We just keep on playing, talk to our guys all the time about playing 60 minutes regardless of what happens, good or bad. And they've had a great mentality that way this year.
That's Sonny Dykes there out at the Fiesta Bowl. We'll continue to break down the college football playoffs as we move throughout this show. Josh Pate joins us from the site in Atlanta coming up at the top of the hour. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision, looking ahead to the weekend where we've got 3 more. Oh, we've got more than 3 today. We've got 5 games today. We've got 3 big games tomorrow, including the 2 playoff games in the Bama game. Michelson Laser Vision with the look ahead.
Yeah, 969-8100. That is the number you need to write down. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Really a simple phone call. If you wear the contacts, the eyeglasses, you're wasting money each and every year. Make the call that I made 2 decades ago. I had the 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the call today, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mort Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, the best in the business, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
We'll look ahead to today's game in the next segment, but last night in the NFL, Dallas beat Tennessee 27-13. Dallas did not look good. Dak didn't look good. A lot of mistakes in the first half, but they get the win that continues to put the pressure on the Eagles to win this weekend against New Orleans.
Yeah, look, this is Dallas has got to win out. The Eagles have to lose out if Dallas has any shot of winning the East. If not, they are stuck as the number 5 seed in the NFC. They win 12 games for back-to-back seasons for the first time since 95, the last time they won their last Super Bowl.
That's a lot of regular season wins, man.
Thing that scares me is Dak Prescott missed 5 starts. And we remember Cooper Rush was pretty good for one of those 5 starts. But Dak has got 14 interceptions, which ties Derek Carr for the NFL lead, and he missed 5 starts. This is a guy that is turning the football over at an alarming rate. That was a bad Titans team that has lost 6 consecutive games now. You know, I don't know how Tennessee thinks they're going to win next week in Jacksonville with either Joshua Dobbs or Malik Willis.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
Yeah, I don't think they do either.
I mean, they did.
And what a complete implosion.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, just a meltdown. They had that division in the bag 2 months ago.
They were 7-2.
Yeah, I mean, there was no way they were going to lose that division. Indianapolis was firing their coach. Jacksonville looked like they were going nowhere. Houston doesn't have half a team. I mean, it was there was no way they were going to lose that. And somehow they're going to end up losing that division, it appears. By the way, what an oversell on those helmets for Dallas. Could you tell any sort of difference?
No, they look like their usual white helmets.
Yeah, I know. I mean, what a joke.
You know what probably has happened, though, is that Jerry Jones tweaked it enough where he probably owns that color.
Arctic white?
Yeah, he probably owns that color now somehow.
I don't think Dallas is a threat. I don't know how you guys feel. It seems like Philadelphia, San Francisco, and that's all I really put any credence into.
Assuming Jalen Hurts is healthy with Philadelphia. I mean, that shoulder has
he is back practicing.
He's back practicing, yeah.
Which is an important step forward. I wouldn't risk him this week against the Saints.
I don't think I would either.
I'd let and see if my guys could do it. And if we have to have the win before the playoffs, roll him back out there then. Quickly on Tennessee, Josh Dobbs, who they pulled off the trash heap, started last night, actually looked smoother than Malik Willis has. Next week in that must-win game, do you go Dobbs or Willis?
I go Dobbs. I mean, Dobbs had more passing yards in the first half than Willis had in his first 2 starts. I mean, you don't have a good option.
Josh Dobbs is at least an experienced NFL quarterback. I mean, that's more than you can say for Malik Willis. I mean, Dobbs has started for Pittsburgh, right?
No, that was actually his first start ever.
He never started for Pittsburgh?
I don't think so. I think it was
but
his
he's
first
at
NFL
least
start.
been on rosters for what now, 6-7 years, it seems like?
He's had some reps. But yeah, that was his first start since, believe it or not, the 2016 Music City Bowl against Nebraska.
So he's at least an experienced quarterback that has been through game prep, has been in the quarterback rooms much longer than Malik Willis has.
That's right.
I don't know if he's a better NFL quarterback than Willis, but he's certainly a more experienced one, so I'll probably go with him.
The 2 poll questions brought to you by Cowan Equipment right now at Next Round Live. Taylor off today, but she is handling our social media from the road, so we appreciate her so much. Who are the Alabama football fans cheering for to win the college football playoff national championships? You have 4 choices, of course: Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, or Texas Christian there. The other one, where do you think Tom Brady is during the 2023 NFL season? Retired in a TV booth, still a Buccaneer quarterback, the Raiders quarterback, or somewhere else? You can go vote right now at Next Round Live. It's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Birmingham Racecourse Casino's 7 days of giveaways is going on now. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. We're giving away $125,000. That's right. Birmingham Racecourse Casino is giving away $125,000. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games, featuring exciting bonuses and huge jackpots. There's always more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Back with you on the next round. Approaching the top of the hour with Josh Pate. Chris Mortensen's on the show today, too, and John Parker Wilson. All that coming up in the next hour or so. Greg from Pell City over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. I think the 3rd or 4th most dangerous team in the NFC, if they can pull it off, will be Green Bay in the playoffs if they can get there. Agree or disagree?
I disagree. I mean, look, you've got a Hall of Fame quarterback, obviously, which goes a long way in the playoffs. I just don't know that their defense can hold up. Their defense has not played well all year. Now, look, they forced 4 turnovers against Miami Sunday. It turns out Miami was playing a concussed quarterback in the second half, which probably explains a little bit of that. But their defense has been a liability for them at times this year.
Yeah, I could see them pull off one upset just because Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers. And those young receivers are playing a lot better. You know, Christian Watson is banged up right now. If he comes back 100%, you'd have to have a really good game from Aaron Jones. I kind of agree with Brown. The defense isn't what it once was.
But do you think they can get there? Do you think the Packers can get there now?
Yeah, I think they can get there now.
Yeah. That'll be interesting if they sneak into this thing. That's our buddy Greg from Pell City with that question over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Storm Restoration Roofing is Greg's company. Locally owned for over 20 years is Storm Restoration Roofing. If you call up this number, there's a good chance you'll talk to Greg himself. Maybe it'll be his wife. Maybe it'll be one of his kids. It's a family company. 205-542-3531. I actually think that goes right to Greg's left pocket right there. 205-542-3531. He's on a roof somewhere, usually giving you a free, no-cost roof inspection. Let me ask you the question. When's the last time you had that roof inspected? If you can't even remember when it was, you need to get the roof inspected. And he'll do it free, no cost, with no obligation. 205-542-3531. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. That's how you get an A-plus rating, right? They just believe anything Greg says. That's going to help you when you're dealing with your insurance company. He's got great warranties. And listen, he loves to say thank you to U.S. military personnel and their families. If you're an active military person, reservist, or a veteran, he's got some specials for you, including some free services on your roof. Call him up, or if you know a veteran, get them to call him up. Pipe jack boots, flashing gutters, that kind of stuff. He can do some work for them and help them out as a way of saying thank you to military personnel. 205-542-3531, 542-3531. All right, we got a series of football games today. A couple of them are really entertaining, involving SEC teams. And we'll talk more about the playoffs with Josh Pate coming up in a second. But today, number 21 Notre Dame and number 19 South Carolina, 2:30 on ESPN. Notre Dame actually a 3.5-point favorite in this one. And then tonight, it's the Orange Bowl with number 6 Tennessee and number 7 Clemson. Clemson a 6-point favorite in this one. We'll get to the MyBookie lines, more on that in a second. But if you're looking at these games, both of these are entertaining matchups. And for me, South Carolina maybe has a little bit of an advantage in the quarterback position because of what has happened to Notre Dame in the portal. But, I don't know who all's out for South Carolina. They've lost some talented players in the transfer portal.
Yeah, they have. But you look at Spencer Rattler, who has yet to make his decision on the NFL.
I would say play at South Carolina.
I think we all agree that he should come back and play at South Carolina next year. But, you look at South Carolina and what Shane Beamer was able to do down the stretch, 7-2 their last 9 games. Obviously, back-to-back wins against Tennessee and Clemson, knocking both of those respective teams out of the college football playoff. And in those 2 games, almost 800 passing yards, 8 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Marshawn Lloyd is going to be out, one of the running backs that you were talking about. Jaheim Bell, tight end, is going to be out. So, talented offensive weapons will be missing for South Carolina. To me, I'm probably not going to play this game. I lean Notre Dame, though.
If you got the Spencer Rattler you got against Tennessee and Clemson, he'd be a number 1 pick. I mean, he was phenomenal in his last 2 starts. As Lance said, the Tennessee game, he just carved them up. 30 of 37, 438, 6 touchdowns. 6 touchdowns. And then 25 of 39 against Clemson, 362 touchdowns, did throw the 2 picks. But listen, and we'll talk about Tennessee in a moment, but that's what has plagued them. Any quarterback that's played Tennessee's carved them up. He certainly did that.
Yeah, so here is Shane Beamer on, they've got momentum. And, boy, if you put the Notre Dame pelt, and no matter what it is, you look historically, we beat Tennessee, Clemson, and Notre Dame to end the year. It means a lot to win the Gator Bowl to that guy right there.
In regards to entering the portal and playing, no. I don't let them, whether that's right, wrong, indifferent. That's just kind of how I feel. To me, I don't want somebody that's like 1 foot in and 1 foot out. And frankly, we had a couple of the players that on our team that entered the portal and asked me if they could enter the portal and still play in the bowl game. And I told them no, that you're either with us or you're not. And I don't mean that in a negative way. Like, I wish everyone well, but I don't want somebody down here that's already spending half their time thinking about where their next stop is and things like that.
I respect that. Now, Nick Saban said the opposite today, which surprised me from Saban.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get to. But MyBookie first, and then we'll go with what Saban said off of what Beamer said right there.
Yeah, MyBookie.ag, code next round. Get that deposit bonus when you sign up. You make a deposit, they give you a bonus, and you can use it right away. See more at MyBookie.ag, code next round. Use that bonus right away. You cash out quick. That's what everybody's doing here. You can experience sports in a whole new light. Make this season a winning one. The NFL playoffs coming up, the college bowl games, college football playoffs, college hoops, NBA, weekly blackjack tournaments, all right there in MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag, code next round.
So you've got the trophy interviews with the coaches at all these bowl sites, the New Year Bowl sites today. And Nick Saban had the opportunity to answer about the 10 Alabama players that were in the portal.
And he said he offered all 10 of them the opportunity to play in this game, and all 10 declined.
Shocked me.
It did shock
me. Not that they
because,
declined it, that he offered it to them.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised some of them declined it, honestly. But because we talked about Grayson McCall. Dunaway and I, neither one knew he was starting or even playing. I was stunned that he started. And Grayson McCall clapped back. People were critical of Coastal Carolina for doing that, and McCall clapped back on Twitter and basically said, so it's okay when coaches do it. They treat it as a professional sport, but when I try to do it as a player, it's not okay. And Scott is showing you that now. I will say Grayson McCall did eventually delete this tweet, to be fair to him, I believe, but not until a lot of people had seen it. He says, so coaches all over the country can treat this game as a business, but us student athletes aren't supposed to. It's called sticking to your word, finishing what you started, but a lot of y'all wouldn't understand that.
Well, I will say this about Grace McCall. I didn't think he was going to play against East Carolina. That's one of the reasons the number was so inflated. I played East Carolina, still got away with that. Grace McCall obviously went out injured in that game.
Same for me, but I was shocked when he was playing.
Yeah.
But, he said, because I'm one of those that, look, if my program's not good enough, you're transferring somewhere else. See you later.
Yeah, I'd be Shane Beamer.
Yeah.
But he did say that he went to all the players and asked them, and they all wanted him to play. So to me, it's a different situation if you're given the blessing by all the players.
But to Brown's point on Nick Saban, it sort of doesn't. That seems to be a different side of Nick Saban that I didn't think existed.
Yeah, I agree. It seems counter Nick Saban, and then for Nick Saban to say yesterday they've had the best practices outside of playoff practices because of the energy vampires are no longer there. The energy vampires he's talking about are these guys he gave the opportunity to play.
One would have to think, and I don't know. I was just surprised Saban said that, and I was surprised he took that approach, honestly. I'm with you. It seems countercultural to what Nick Saban would have normally done.
Yeah, which would make me think, did he really do it? But then Nick Saban's not one guy who usually lies to the media either.
Yeah.
He usually says what he feels.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm totally perplexed by this, but I do respect Beamer's stance there. I mean, he's got a hardline stance, and he says, this is the way I'm going to do it.
That's right.
So, I mean, I respect that.
I think that's the way to do it, too.
And
and let's be honest, Alabama and South Carolina are in different places.
Sure.
There are going to be portal guys who are very important, as several of you are pointing out, who really of these portal guys would have played. Michael, Cohen, and Holden would have been in the lineup.
Probably
and that's it.
JV and Cohen and Trayshawn Holden are about it.
And that's about it.
But I did make this point, Lance. This is probably the biggest 3-game stretch in South Carolina football history to be able to beat Tennessee, Clemson, and Notre Dame in 3 consecutive games.
Yeah. Would be gigantic.
Yeah.
Josh Pate scheduled to be with us on the other side. We'll talk to Josh coming up. He'll be with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline and video line, brought to you by the great folks at Johnston RV Center. Two great locations.
2 of them done away. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. Go see America in an RV from Johnston RV Center. You can always see more online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. They bring you all our guests on the hotline. They bring you America in a Johnston RV Center RV. See more, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
If you're still looking for a portal quarterback, couple of guys off the board quickly. Luke Altmaier, who is the QB2 at Ole Miss, is going to Illinois. They were very successful this year with a portal quarterback at Illinois. Brett Bielema will try to do it with Altmaier now. And then Tanner Mordecai quickly into the portal, and reports are he's going to end up at Wisconsin, who doubles up portal quarterbacks with Mordecai and Nick Evers from Oklahoma as Luke Fickell tries to rebuild that quarterback room and change the system with Phil Longo there. All of that in our portal news as we talk college football playoff with our buddy Josh Pate, being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Anything that's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, you call our friends at Hemp Hill. Plumbing, cooling, and heating. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill.
You see him on 24/7 Sports at Late Kick Josh on Twitter. You folks love when Josh Pate comes on the show with us. He is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Josh Pate? How are you?
This will shock you guys because I don't think I've ever said this before, but I am in Atlanta, Georgia, covering a Georgia football game. Wild concept, but I'm told it's going to go down tomorrow. How are you?
Wow. What's behind the curtain?
Behind the curtain is the skyline of Atlanta. I'd love to open it, but it drowns the lighting out.
Right,
Dunaway always schools me about my production quality, so blinds closed.
That's right.
He'll tell people how they should have done it. Trust me, yes.
So let me ask you, please feed our ego as the Alabama media. You guys are having a college football playoff without us. That's a rarity since 2014. Is there like a blank table with our name on it somewhere?
I can arrange it. Yeah. Plenty of tables around here not being used, but that pales in comparison to talking to some of the folks out at the Fiesta Bowl. I mean, I don't believe in meaningless playoff games or anything like that, but there's about 85 to 90% of the oxygen in the room being sucked into this game. And so they've told me out there, hey, you want to take 2 or 3 media gifts? You want to double up at the buffet? Go for it. We're fine. We're more than stocked and ready for you. So it actually sounds like, also, you get to stay in Scottsdale. So it sounds like that's the place to be right now.
I'm sorry, Lance. You tweeted this earlier. The vibe around Ohio State's fan base is the weirdest I've ever seen for a team in the college football playoff. You're limited by characters there. You are not limited by words or time here. Please explain that.
They're not happy. This is not a happy people right now. And the funny thing is, normally you associate Ohio State fans, just like Bama fans. You associate them with ultra passionate, sometimes to the point of being on tilt and unable to carry on a rational conversation with you. And I say that complimentary, but with Ohio State right now, I've had multiple occurrences being here. I've been here since 3 a.m. So it's been this morning, basically, where you talk to the fans and you say, hey, I think you guys got a good shot. And the fans are the one who tell you, don't get too excited. Did you see the Michigan game? And listen, even if we do win it, man, there's always going to be that blight on this record of ours. So if we win the championship, that's great. If we don't, which we won't, don't worry. Ryan Day's still got a ton of questions to answer after the season. And it's like you feel like just putting your index finger over their lips and saying, let's let it play out first. I have felt kind of like a counselor with a bunch of these fans on my couch in my office. That's what the entire fan base feels like right now. It's the weirdest thing in the world that you're trying to talk them into thinking that they have a shot instead of the other way around.
You know, ironically, Dunaway brought up 2014. I'll never forget, we're in New Orleans covering that game, Josh.
Yep.
And I was on the elevator with Ohio State fans, and they didn't think they had a shot against Alabama. So, you know, maybe this is a good thing for Ohio State.
Well, you need think back no further than last year. I'm not saying all Bama fans had a defeatist mentality coming into the SEC championship game, but they were certainly nearly a touchdown dog for a reason. And so revisionist history will lead to nobody admitting this, but you guys and I both know there was a portion of the Alabama fan base that didn't like their odds at all against Georgia in the SEC championship game last year. And what did it take? It didn't take 10 or 15 things happening. It took Jamison Williams and John Mechie. Like that. Remember, that's also the game where Bama goes in and they're just white flagging the run game. They don't even think they'll be able to run the ball. Brian Robinson may or may not be able to go. We got nobody else. So it's just going to have to be Bryce Young in this passing game. Well, guess what won the day? Bryce Young in the passing game, and it ended up being a double-digit win. I'm not saying that's going to be duplicated tomorrow night. I'm just saying I think it's going to be worth watching the first or second quarter just to make sure it's not a Georgia blowout.
By the way, Alabama fans can attest to Ohio State fans losing the rivalry game and winning a national championship. Very few people talk about the rivalry game in 2017 that Alabama lost. So tell them that Michigan game goes away quickly if you win the national championship. Josh Pate's with us as we have a conversation about these playoffs. For Ohio State to win the game, you just painted a couple of things. What is Stetson Bennett's getting a lot of love now, which is uncharacteristic for his career. Is he the kind of guy that could lose the game for Georgia? Does Stetson have that in his DNA that he could be the one thing that brings down the Georgia Bulldogs?
Yeah, that can happen. I think he's made a career out of playing his best when it matters the most. This time last year, perfect case study of that. But I don't think just because he has stepped up in big moments that it necessarily changes your game plan. You're playing percentages here. You're trying to do for your team what gives you the best chance to win. And I would argue, all due respect to Stetson Bennett, he's won him a couple of games. That doesn't change my approach if I'm Jim Knowles, because I'm certainly not going to let Georgia rip it off for 6 yards per carry and just slow bleed me to death. Now, counterpoint, I'm also not going to play them like I played Michigan and allow 5 plays to account for like 35 points. There's probably a happy middle ground there. But yeah, I still think you've got to be at ease, taking your chances, putting the ball in his hands. And here's what else you have to know, or you hope you know. If you're Ohio State, you don't have to hold Georgia to 24 points. You hope that you'll be able to put more than that on the board. Now, they didn't. Ohio State didn't against Michigan, but that's what you hope. Look, if Ohio State's not scoring more than that, it's probably a lost cause to begin with, unless it's just a really weird, like 17-13 kind of game. But yeah, that's the first point. And the second point is, I've always been interested in this because it never happens. I've always wanted to see that position where Stetson Bennett and Georgia for like 3 quarters just have to trade points back and forth. People thought the Tennessee game may be that, and it wasn't at all. That wasn't the style of game that was at all. Ohio State game may not be that way either, but this team they're going to play tomorrow night, they at least have the horses to make that happen. Another thing to watch, I don't know about the rest of that Ohio State team, but Marvin Harrison Jr. is the kind of guy that you would love to duplicate 84 more times, not just because of his talent, but from the neck up. He's wired just like the coaching staff is, and he gets another shot. And if you want to see what is as close to a Jamison Williams caliber player against Georgia this year, as we saw last year with J-Mo, that would be Marvin Harrison Jr., and he gets another shot. I don't think he'll waste it. I can't account for the rest of the team, but I don't think he'll waste it.
At Late Kick Josh Pate, 24/7 Sports with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I was trying to determine the best quarterback Ohio State has faced this season on yesterday's show. I believe it to be Taulia Tagovailoa. I mean, if you just look at season numbers, that's who it is. And Stetson Bennett is well beyond that. For whatever it's worth, they have not faced a quarterback that is anywhere, in my mind, close to Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, here's the other thing they haven't faced. You can't just mention Stetson Bennett without also mentioning, when I say the cast around him, I don't just mean his receivers. I mean Stetson Bennett's legs are a part of their offense because that offensive line and those tight ends and those backs blocking and those wide receivers on the perimeter blocking allow Stetson Bennett's legs to be a part of the game. And if you were to like circle a key for Georgia, before you dive into your playbook, before you really start to kind of unfold your offensive philosophy and your approach for this game, you just got to see how they match up physically. Because if it really is a physical mismatch, it's not Picasso. It's more like paint by numbers at that point. And at that point, they get to play as conservative as they want to, and you may see Stetson Bennett run the ball as many times as he throws the ball. Now, I don't think that's the way the game will play out, but it's certainly, given the reputation of this Ohio State team in some big games, behooves you to make sure you test and found those cracks in that foundation before you really start to open it up. If they don't have to open it up, number one, it's a really boring game. But number two, think about what that does. I know you and I talked about this. You guys and I talked about this about a month ago, going into that Michigan game, what it would do for Ryan Day. They lost. Well, they lost, and they lost convincingly. We didn't know they were going to get another shot. Now they get another shot. And I think that fan base is very trepidatious, if I can dive into my thesaurus there for a
very
reason.
nice, yes.
I think they kind of they're shaken of the hand right now. That the liquid is very, very unsettled in their hands, because I think deep down they understand if they were to lose this game by double digits, in reality, Ryan Day is the coach he is. It doesn't change anything. But perception and resume matters a whole heck of a lot in this sport. And all of a sudden, what did you do? Well, you wasted C.J. Stroud and you wasted a whole lot of talent, but also the book on you is out now. Like, the book on you is you don't measure up. Anytime you face a team that is remotely comparable to you in recruiting, or in Michigan's case, they don't even recruit on Ohio State's level, still have bullied them 2 games in a row. All of a sudden you start worrying if you're just a light version of these other programs, which is great against Indiana and Rutgers and Purdue. But then when you have to face them, you get humiliated. And it doesn't matter if you win 10 games or 11 games every year, because eventually you're going to have to run up against them. Like, I still don't think people are appreciating how severely, one way or the other, the pendulum is going to shift on Ryan Day after this game, which is the exact same sentence I gave you going into the Michigan game.
Yeah, it's really amazing, Josh. I mean, we're talking about a guy in the regular season, he's 39-3. In his 4 years there, he's been to 3 college football playoffs. And I get the big game narrative right now, but still, I mean, I guess the expectation's the same in Tuscaloosa, Clemson, Georgia, but that's about it.
Here's where I think it's very healthy to go back this time last year and remind everyone, I'm talking to the entire audience, I'm talking to you three, I'm talking to myself, what were you saying about Kirby Smart right now 365 days ago?
Can he be?
Because let me remind you what had just happened. He had just gone to his 4th consecutive loss against Saban in the SEC title game. And the entire month of December was spent questioning whether he should start JT Daniels in the playoff games. He didn't. And now everyone forgets that. Stetson Bennett's the toast of the town. Kirby Smart's one of, if not the best coaches in America, 1A, 1B with Saban. And the same folks who have coronated them were the ones telling you 1 year ago, he can't win the big one. He can't get past Saban. And if he can't do that, all these recruiting titles, all this talent, all these regular season wins are meaningless. And my point there is Kirby Smart is not any different a coach 4 quarters later in Indianapolis. His resume looks different. It wasn't that he couldn't beat Saban. It's just that he hadn't done it yet. And the fact of the matter, to me at least, so I guess it's the opinion of the matter, is Ryan Day's absolutely the right guy at Ohio State. In reality, it doesn't take a night and day change. Sometimes it takes like minor fractional degrees of a course change. And then when you play that out over the span of a season or 2 seasons, you get a vast gulf in the difference of results. That's not the way that expectation and decision-making sometimes happen in this sport, but it doesn't change the fact that that's how things really happen. So there's going to be, there are people out there who are ready to tell you Ryan Day has arrived if they win Saturday, and those same people are ready to tell you he doesn't belong there if they lose. And the difference is they played 60 minutes of football. He's no different a coach one way or the other.
My Josh Pate T-shirt color wheel tells me you're going for a TV hit where you'll be debating somebody on a live television camera. White T-shirt Josh is lovable Josh. You're in black T-shirt Josh, where you're going to win. You're going to kick somebody's ass in a debate coming up here in a few minutes, aren't you?
And those are your words, not mine, Dunaway. But also you'll notice I've been fueling up. Let me turn around, because no one with a logo on this cup has sponsored this segment. So this blank cup full of blank beverage, it's getting me ready. I'm going to do it on the streets, no less. We're not even going to be indoors. We're going to be on the streets of Atlanta debating. And by the way, good for us. No one else has tried that debate platform in mid-morning hours in sports media.
All right, go follow Josh on Twitter. See his debates at Late Kick Josh 24/7 Sports. He is always great with his time with us.
You always do that to me, Skip. You always do that to me, Skip.
See you, Pate. Thank you.
See you guys.
All right, Josh Pate with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right, the show also being brought to you by our friends at Slice. Man, I am craving, if I can convince the sick one over here to go get a couple of slices and a wedge for lunch after the show here today. I'm all in on
Hey,
this.
don't label me the sick one anymore, okay?
He's healed. Hey, we got to take down all this crap behind us, too.
Oh, we do have to do that, too.
Yeah.
It is local pizza, local ingredients. Our friends at Slice, created by the Bajaya brothers, the late Jeff, a great friend of mine, Jason, Chris. Get in, see them. And don't forget about some of these daily specials. You can be a hero tonight. How about the curbside family pack special? It's only $75. You get 12 fire-baked wings. You get a half pan of the salad. You can choose from the Caesar, the House, the Redmont, the spinach, or the wedge. Any two of those specialty pizzas, only $75. This is every single night of the week. 3 great locations to serve you. The original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia right down the road here, and there's also one right there in Montevallo coming soon to Crestline. But get in for lunch or dinner. The best pizza out there, it's Slice.
Bob points out Bennett didn't play great against Alabama in the SEC championship game last year, and I thought for about 2 quarters and a half he didn't play well in the national championship game. I kept leaning over to Brown in our media seat saying, Bennett's costing them the championship here so far.
Yeah, he wasn't great. It clicked for him. He made some good throws late in that game, but early on, Alabama got to him and got him flustered a little bit.
I think Ohio State's defense is going to show up. You look at the first 10 games, Jim Knowles, one of the reasons Ryan Day went out and got him, this is a guy that was one of the best coordinators in all of football, coming from Oklahoma State. First 10 games, they give up less than 16 points per game and only 5 yards per play. Last 2 games, they give up 37.5 points per game and over 7 yards per play. I think they're finally healthy defensively, and I think they can slow this offense down a little bit.
And I think they were a little arrogant that they thought they were better athletes than Michigan, and they didn't think Michigan could throw the ball over their heads.
Oh, yeah.
And they know that Georgia is as athletic or more athletic than they are, and they know Georgia can throw it over their heads. So I think they've approached these last 30 days with a different attitude and preparation. Ryan Day saying earlier today, we've got to be the fastest and the most violent team on the field for 60 minutes. Fastest and most violent team. That's what Georgia usually is. Can Ohio State match that? The prime time game, Michigan and TCU, the afternoon game, Alabama in the Sugar Bowl, the non-playoff game that kicks off the day at 11 o'clock tomorrow. That is part of the conversation. Rockstar Cut 17. Brown brought it up last segment. We have the audio from Nick Saban, who it was a little different. Him saying the players who were opting out, hitting the portal, he gave them a chance to play in this game. Nick Saban down in New Orleans talking about that.
And even though we didn't have any opt-outs, we have like 10 guys that, they got in the transfer portal. So, and I gave them all the opportunity to play in the game if they wanted to, and they didn't. So I don't know if that's a good thing for players, not to have to stay committed to their team for the entire season. But I also think that, fans relate to players. And if players don't have a commitment to a team, that's going to impact how fans relate to a team as well, I think. So all these things are, probably issues that need to be addressed in the future. I'm not sure what the solutions are, but I'm sure there's people in positions, whether it's conference commissioners or, even the federal government, because some of these things have been created by laws and lawsuits. And there's a lot of good in them, but there's also some guidelines that we probably need to institute.
Yeah. Now, there was a bigger question about the college football calendar, including the portal and when it falls and games still to be played and all that, and that's how he got to that statement.
Yeah, and I don't know how you fix it. I really don't know how you. There have been a lot of suggestions on how to fix the calendar. The early signing day is not going anywhere.
Oh, it's got to go away.
I don't think it can now. I think the train's left that station. How are you gonna make that go away?
It's got to be moved. Either go away and you just go back to one signing period in what is it, February, or you move it up to August. You start off the season with a signing period, and then you end in February before spring practice.
I think they want it less in August than they do in December.
That's to me, before the kids, maybe July, before the kids go to high school and play their final year of senior football. They can get it out of the way if they want to. Having it where it is a disaster. And the portal window, when that opens and closes,
it has to do it where it does.
It has to, because you've got to be in school
That's right.
for the next semester.
Yeah,
right.
It's got to be in December. There's no other time you can do that.
The portal is the one that can't be moved, but this early signing period is the one that's got to be moved. And I think it helps the coaches to know who they got in high school and on the recruiting side, if they have that before the portal opens up. You know what I'm saying? If I know in July or August that I've signed this player, then I can encourage or not get worried so much about a guy hitting the portal during this bowl preparation. But we're going to have opt-outs for bowls from now on, because as long as we have the portal, it can't move anywhere else, because you got to be able to be in class in January.
You think the coaches hate the calendar now? Let them have signing day in August and see how they feel about it. The one time they might get a little time off is the heat of recruiting.
Yeah, but August is,
that's the worst time to have it.
You still can have your dead period in June if you want to. You just shut it down. We shut it down right now. We're in the middle of a dead period. Doesn't feel like it, but since December 19th, until January 4th, we're in the middle of a dead period. We had signing day in the middle of a dead period. It's crazy, but that's absolutely what happened. December 19th to January 4th was a dead period, and we had signing day right in the middle of it, and all this portal movement in the middle of a dead period. We don't have dead periods anymore. You got to get back to that. That was what Nick Saban said earlier today, and it caught Brown's attention, and Forrester really quick getting it from New Orleans, and the conversation there about portal opt-outs. You're not welcome at South Carolina. Nick said he gave him a chance, and none of them took him up on the opportunity to play in this game. Some are already at other locations. Others are still looking for a place to go. When we come back, Chris Mortensen joins the show. We'll continue the conversation there. And also our friends at Odie's. Great trivia night this past week. It's always crowded during the holidays. Always a great place to get a little live music on the weekends, too.
Brown, what was your trivia question?
Which has a higher elevation, Mount Vesuvius in Italy or Mount Rushmore?
I am going to go with Vesuvius.
I'm going to go Rushmore, surprisingly.
Rushmore, surprisingly, has the higher elevation of the two.
Yeah, well, there you go. Things you learn every single Wednesday at Odie's Team Trivia. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, located in Crestline Village. Great food from Rodney Davis for lunch or dinner. Great place to watch all the bowl games. Get in, see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
And there's some flat areas in Nebraska just because of our elevations that are certain sea level higher than other places. We think it's flat in Nebraska, but that elevation thing can freak you out a little bit.
That elevation thing can freak you out, right?
I've always heard about the elevation
freaks
thing.
You the heck out.
I got
Jimmy Geography.
The roommate gave me a Christmas gift. I think it was a 2022 Christmas gift, but it has I like my I forget what it was, but it involves Kyrie Irving's flat Earth. I forget what it says now. I like my something like Kyrie likes his Earth flat.
Women?
I don't think it's women.
Pancakes?
I don't think it's
tires.
Women. Yeah, I can't remember what it was, but it was
beer.
Funny. Yeah.
You like that flat ass?
I'm glad Maggie likes it. We're back in a second right here on the next round.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
It is the Season of Speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the Season of Speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Chris Mortensen with us in just a second to talk about the NFL coming up this weekend. Our friends at Bromberg's can be the perfect place if you've got a wedding coming up for yourself or your son or daughter. It's out there. Unbelievable wedding registries right there at Bromberg's. I got 2 friends who are getting married in 2023, and they've got Bromberg's registries.
Yeah, they do have that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. But if you're waiting to 2023 to pop that question, they are your diamond specialist. Family owned and operated since 1836. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
More in just a second. Locally, North Alabama, Jack State, 6 o'clock tonight as they play each other again. A little rivalry game that dates way back in college basketball in our state. North Carolina and Pitt start ACC play today. 11 a.m. ACC Network at Pitt in a close point spread game if you want to check the MyBookie odds. And then last night, a 21.5-point underdog, Central Michigan, coached by Tony Barbie, beat Michigan last evening. They were a 21.5-point underdog, and they pulled the outright upset.
I had lost Tony Barbie. I had no idea he was coaching.
I had no idea.
Oh, good for him, though. Let's go to the Mort Report. Our friend Chris Mortensen with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com, previewing a huge NFL weekend. What is up, Mort? How are you?
Oh, I'm busy, just like you guys are.
And we do appreciate the time. I want to start, and potentially selfish by me as a Dolphins fan, I want to start with the Miami-New England game. It is a massive game as it relates to the final spot in that AFC playoff race. And unfortunately for Miami, they're going to have to do this without Tua Tagovailoa. I know there are a lot of opinions about what Tua should or should not do. If you just had to wager a guess, do you think Miami will see him back on the field this year?
I think if they make the playoffs, I feel confident he will be. As far as the next week, because he's been ruled out for this game, right? So as far as next week go, I think that remains open. If you clear the protocol, you clear the protocol. And an independent neurologist is the one who clears it. Nobody affiliated with the team or the league or whatever. It's the independent neurologist who has the final say whether you're good to go and return to play. Now, we know he's had multiple concussions this year. It's Tua, so it's a bright light on it, and and there should be concern. And the average time it takes to clear protocol is 9 days. So if you suffer, you entered protocol this past Monday, so that would be sometime next week. And so, and they ramp you up to make sure you're going to be okay, see if any symptoms reoccur. So, it'd be a close call for next week. I think some people say, well, they should just shut them down. I say that the doctors know more than us. The neurologists know more than us. And to be honest with you, brain science has been just now starting to, really make some progress. And here's what else I'll say. Do you know that Kenny Pickett has had 2 concussions and nobody's talking about it?
I was unaware. No.
It tells you that the national spotlight is so much on Tua because he was such a big name in college at Alabama, and then, of course, down to Miami as a first-round pick, and the controversy that has been going on there for a while. And so I think there's just a lot more, and his games have been played in primetime. So when we saw the game against Buffalo, which they should have taken him out early in the year, and then the following Thursday when it was just kind of horrifying to see somebody go through that concussion, it just brings Tua more into the spotlight.
More, we've seen how good Tua can be, but ultimately, what do you think Miami does? Do you think they give him an extension on that 5th year?
I don't know why they would not offer him a 5th-year option. I mean, listen, they have shown when he's there, they can compete with anybody in the league. I mean, they went up to Buffalo. Everybody made a big deal about the sub-freezing temperatures, but there wasn't any wind that night. I mean, it was actually a mild night for this time of year by Buffalo standards. And Dolphins almost won, could have won, and the Bills know it. Tua played really well. I mean, people talking about a little slidey hit, well, I mean, if you played the 49ers on the West Coast and had a game against the Chargers that was really close, I mean, I don't know. So Tua, I think, has answered the call as to whether he's capable of being a top 15 quarterback. In some cases even better than that with the weapons they have. And I don't know why they wouldn't offer him a 5th-year option. I'm expecting it. I would be shocked if they didn't. Or the Steelers, I mean, Kenny Pickett's going to be a rookie, but are they going to think about cutting him because he's had two concussions this year, including one very recently? Of course not.
NFC South Championship, if Tampa Bay can win this weekend. I'm a Buccaneer fan, Mort. I've been waiting all year for that offense to look fluid. Do you happen to know where Tom Brady and Coach Bowles can find 4 offensive linemen before Sunday?
First of all, I want you to begin that again. Did you say AFC South Championship or NFC South Championship on the line?
Yes.
It doesn't feel like a championship, does it?
Somebody's got to win it, Mort. It's the rules.
No, listen. We've actually had teams sub 500, Seattle and one, who actually won their playoff game in advance. And they were on the road when they did that. But here's the actually, they were at home. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, listen, the offensive line, it's all about everybody. Nobody's going to feel sorry hardly for anybody. Every team's got injuries. And offensive line injuries are the worst because that's when you can't function as an offense, as you know. But they have enough guys, and that's why the practice squad, listen, they've made it much easier to have guys in the practice squad that can actually develop during the year. Tom Brady gets the ball out of his hand pretty quick. Last time I looked, hasn't looked pretty, but they've had guys injured, and to me, I still see them winning the division. But they're playing a Panthers team that since Steve Wilkes took over, I mean, that's a football team. I mean, they ran for over 300 yards last week on an NFL team. That's demoralizing. Now, I don't expect them to run for 300 yards here, but that's a capable team. Sam Darnold's playing winning football for the Panthers. I think it's a really good game, but I know this much: if there's a minute left or 2 minutes left, and number 12's got the ball in his hands, you're probably betting on them.
Chris Mortensen for a few more moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. When the history of this season is written, many people potentially, if they lose next week, will focus on the collapse of the Titans. Should we give more focus to the job that Doug Peterson, though, has done in Jacksonville to have them in this position to take advantage of it?
Well, I think they deserve focus. I don't know that it's funny because it's the Tennessee Titans small market. This goes back to that whole concept of, we pay attention to certain teams, and Doug Peterson deserves a lot of credit. I mean, he was a perfect answer for Urban Meyer and the disaster that he was. Because Doug's a great guy, smart guy, won a Super Bowl in 2017 with the Eagles in an upset over the Patriots. So he's a good coach. He hires good people around him, and he was perfect, I think, for Trevor Lawrence. Him and Press Taylor, who's the offensive coordinator, quarterback coach, so to speak. And I think that I know this much. When Jacksonville played Tennessee 3 weeks ago or something like that, I talked to somebody with the Jaguars, and they said, "Look, we feel like if we can go 1-4 down the stretch. 4-1. Let's flip that. That we have a chance, but we got to win this game." It's before the Tennessee game. If we win this game, that's when everybody wasn't certain Lawrence would play because of his toe, and Trevor was playing. And if they won that game, they really felt they had a shot because it would come down to this final week, next week, and because it's all about the AFC South, and they're playing so well. Trevor Lawrence is playing like a franchise quarterback. Right now, you would look at them and say they're probably going to win the AFC South. While the Titans, they've been decimated by injuries, but they're still a tough football team, as the Cowboys discovered last night. And Joshua Dobbs is going to be the quarterback against the Jaguars. Don't let anybody tell you differently.
Coming into the season, the debate was the best quarterback in the league. Is it Pat Mahomes? Is it Josh Allen? If you had 32 GMs and you asked how many would take Joe Burrow as their quarterback over anyone else, do you think it would be a good amount of those guys?
Well, since there aren't as many football GMs in this league anymore, I'm not sure I'd ask that many GMs. I think the consensus of the football guys I trust, I think the feeling is it's kind of like what mine are. I feel like Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in this league. Josh Allen is the best football player in the league, who happens to be playing quarterback. And Joe Burrow is just right there with Mahomes as the best quarterback because he's a quarterback in the historical prototype sense. So I've always laughed that we have to have a debate. I said, can't we just kind of celebrate these guys, that we have this many young quarterbacks? And I extend that out to Justin Herbert and Lamar Jackson and now Trevor Lawrence come up. I mean, we should be celebrating that we have these type of quarterbacks. And they're all unique in their own way. I mean, none of them are the same. That's what's fun about it.
Do you feel like Green Bay sneaks in?
After last week, I'm beginning to think they are. But let's see. Let's see how it goes this way. It's like that. It's week to week. But there's just something about it, especially being in the NFC, that tells me they might pull it off.
Boy, that is a heck of a comeback for them. All right, he is Chris Mortensen. Go follow him on Twitter at The Mort Report. See him on ESPN at Mort Report on Twitter. Thank you so much for the time, Chris. Always great talking with you.
All right, guys. Thank you. Take care.
Take care. Chris Mortensen with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And his son, who spent some time at Alabama recently, where is he now? Where's some
offensive coordinator at
UAB here in town.
Yeah.
So
Alex, he was at Alabama for quite a while. Went to the Iron.
That's right.
The AAF, is that what we call that? Yeah. Whatever it was.
You just say Iron, we know what you're talking
Iron,
about.
the Birmingham Iron, and then came back. That's how much Nick Saban thought of him. As soon as that folded, he was right back at Tuscaloosa.
That's right.
And talking to some people around there, and I followed, because Chris is a friend of ours, so I've always followed Alex's career, and he's been in Tuscaloosa. The quarterbacks that have come through there think a lot of him.
That's exactly right.
The Mac Joneses, the Jalen Hurts, the Tua Tagovailoas,
and
the Bryce Youngs. They think a lot of Alex. He works a lot with the quarterbacks on the day-to-day.
And obviously that's where Trent Dilfer, has sown his oats over the years. So those two working together, many people believe this will be Alex's starting point to starting to move up the on-the-field coaching ladder.
I hope so.
Here from being an analyst in Tuscaloosa to now being an on-the-field coach with the UAB Blazers. So hopefully we'll get to have Mort when he comes to town, maybe in studio one day with us here on the next round. We'd look forward to that. We always look forward to our friends right there at New York Butcher Shop as you get ready for another weekend. I mean, is there a bigger weekend for a college football fan Then the college football playoff semifinals. You get 2 playoff games tomorrow. You get Alabama to start the day. Sounds like a perfect day to grill New York Butcher Shop steaks.
So Christmas Eve, I went in to see our friend Jim. He was actually at the Greystone location. I was banged up, but still got me a couple of Wagyu fillets for Christmas night.
Truthfully, you thought that, man, if I just eat a good steak, I'm going to feel better tomorrow.
This will reset me. This will reset
the
my
weird
system.
thing is, like, I never lost my appetite.
Yeah. Well, I told Maggie the other day, I just don't feel right. And she goes, well, what, do I need to get you some medicine or anything? I said, no, I think I need a steak. I really do. I think there's something about having a good piece of meat that makes you, as a man, feel better.
You know, every time I go in, though, they say, do you want us to dust it up? And they've got their secret spices that they put on it. Not when it comes to the Wagyu. I'm telling you.
You don't need that on Wagyu.
One time in your life, treat yourself to the Wagyu. It is that good. It is well worth the money. It's next level. But that's just one of the options. The New York Butcher Shop, they've got the finest certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. They've got a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. And to answer your question, yes, Lady Bird did have Wagyu.
Yeah, Lady Bird had a little Wagyu. I mean, no need not to let the dog end 22 the way she started 22, right? With a little Wagyu.
Well,
beef.
yesterday was her gotcha day.
Was it really?
Yep.
So what is she now, 4?
She's 4, yeah.
Wow, it goes so quick.
Turned 4 back in November, but 4 years ago yesterday is when we got her.
So do you believe dog years are like people, like 7-year people years? So she's 21. Does she act like a 21-year-old?
28, no.
No, that's right. It would be 28.
Well, she acts like I did when I was 28.
Yeah. she acts like I did when I was 48.
Trying to hump everything in the neighborhood.
Wow.
Sorry.
Wow.
I mean, it was too easy.
I was talking about she acts like a puppy.
It was
She's
too
immature.
easy. You're not going to tee one up like that and me not hit it. I'm sorry.
You scolded me for calling you the sick one. Don't ever call me the sick one again. You're going to let that one fly?
Oh, come on. You can't set something like that up on the show and not get hit. I mean, let's go now.
Hey, speaking of getting hit, Steve Shaw, the national head of referees, has come back after review. The Arkansas defensive back, Quincy McAdoo, no targeting now. He will not have to sit out the first half of game 1 in 2023, which is a stupid rule anyway. But he's not going to have to sit out. They've come back and said it was not targeting, and luckily they went on to win the game anyway. But that coming from Steve Shaw, the national head of officiating to Arkansas. Quincy McAdoo eligible for that mighty first half against Western Carolina next year for Arkansas.
Stupid. There's no reason it should be a holdover. I mean, these, again, I think for a lot of reasons, we've got to accept bowl games for what they are, especially now. And if it's in a lot of ways, a glorified exhibition game, there's no way a suspension should carry over 6-7 months. That's just stupid.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it'd be the dumbest thing ever.
One NFL note here. Rockstar's viewing menu in the next segment and some more college football stuff. And we'll talk to John Parker Wilson from New Orleans with the Tide at the top of the hour. But Matt Smith, our friend, who's a great blogger, covers football, both the NFL and college up in Nashville, tweets this out earlier. Just want to show you how these scheduled cross-division rivalries in the National Football League, I've never seen two as skewed as we've had this year. First of all, AFC East, which is your division, versus the NFC North, a complete 8-8 split.
Yep.
So you guys held on pretty well. AFC West and NFC West, your division, pretty much a split, 8-6 right now in favor of the West and the AFC. But they've got 2 games on Sunday, so it could end up being an 8-8 split. That includes, I think, your Rams and the Chargers.
Yep.
Yeah, going this weekend. Let's see. Let's do the NFC East and the AFC North. NFC East 13-2 after the win last night, with the 2 being Tennessee beating Washington and Jacksonville beating Dallas in that surprise game. Colts and Giants still to go. And then even worse than 13-2, the AFC North against my NFC South, 14-2.
Wow.
In favor of the AFC North this year. The only wins was the Falcons over the Browns and the Saints over the Browns.
The Browns.
The Bengals, the Ravens, and the Steelers ran through the NFC South unbeaten with no problem this year. 14-2, and there's a chance the NFC East does it to the AFC South too. So the 2 Souths, obviously, you look at the standings, you see where they are. They will have playoff home games by being division champions, but in their cross-division rivals of quote unquote like teams in the other league and the other divisions, they have been taken to the woodshed.
Yeah, it's amazing how cyclical this league is, because you go back in the day, outside of the Patriots, the AFC East was no good.
Yep.
And the NFC East had a different champion every single year, and everybody else was bad.
But right now, all the NFC East is in the playoffs. It's probably not going to shake out that way.
And the AFC East is really close.
Yeah.
But it used to be the AFC East was only the Patriots
That's right.
and a bunch of 500 or below. And there was a time, like LT was saying, was everybody was 8-8 in the NFC East, and now
It's really good.
They are what they. It does move around quite a bit, because for a while your NFC West was the best division in football. But I remember a time when the Seahawks won that division with a losing record, as Mort was talking about. Always good catching up with the Mort Report, Chris Mortensen. Okay, when we come back, we will get to Rockstar's viewing menu and a lot more. Ghost Energy Drinks bring you the show. We're in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio, as we are all the time since we started this show. We appreciate them so much. And if you're looking for a great energy drink, our friends at Ghost Energy go out in those wonderful flavors. I like the citrus. Some of the people behind the glass like the Warheads. You can get the Sour Patch Kids and a lot more wherever you get your energy drinks. Is our friends with Ghost Energy.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on The Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hey guys, tackling that WD has never been easier, and you can handle it discreetly in the Next Round store. I'm Jim Dunaway, here to help you with wardrobe dysfunction.
Ooh, I like that hat.
We have new items to excite you daily. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Hats, long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and so much more. Get the gear that we wear and say goodbye to WD forever. Wardrobe dysfunction can be a bad memory. Nextround.store. Nextround.store.
Playoff weekend, more bowl games today, including a couple SEC games coming up. Well, Rockstar's viewing menu right now, and brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. New Life Art. Daniel Moore, he's painted a lot of Alabama bowl games and big moments over the year. We'll talk to John Parker Wilson from the site of some of those Daniel Moore paintings in New Orleans in just a moment.
Yeah, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 1-800-735-2787, danielmooreart.com for more information.
Not much nighttime, but Netflix has a new movie called White Noise. With Adam Driver.
I watched the trailer, man. It looked really confusing.
It's a college professor, and his family's comfortable suburban life is upended when a nearby chemical leak causes the airborne toxic event, releasing a noxious black cloud over the region that forces the Gladney family to evacuate.
It doesn't sound like a cheerful movie.
No, you don't think hilarity ensues? Friendships are made.
It had a little Chernobyl feel to it.
Yeah, Chernobyl was a great show. I don't know if you're looking for something to watch. That is a
So I do really like it.
I thought it was amazing.
I did too. I thought it might have gone an episode too long, but
some of this thing, but there was a mini series, but that was it was well done.
So I watched a lot of stuff when I was down, but I watched a movie called Kimmy. Steven Soderbergh did with Zoe Kravitz.
Yeah.
I thought it was good.
You like the way she does her hands when she does her hand sanitizer?
I like her.
Kimmy was good. She's a little bit of a shut-in.
And I wasn't going to watch 1883. Okay, so Yellowstone, the first 2 or 3 seasons I thought were good, and then Beth Dutton got too much, and I had to give it up. We all know that. Wasn't going to watch 1883 because of
the country music singers.
Yeah,
Tim McGraw and Faith Hill.
1923, I decided to give it a shot.
So you found the sweet spot.
Well, it's been entertaining.
So it's Harrison Ford and Helen Mirren, is that right?
Yeah, so they're in Montana. So the way I figure this is Harrison Ford is the great-grandfather of John Dutton, who is Kevin Costner.
But I don't need to be familiar with Yellowstone, right?
No.
Okay.
And so Dutton's son is a war vet that is actually living in Africa as a big game hunter.
Just back from World War I and stayed in Africa.
But that is the most fascinating part. So it goes back and forth between Montana and Africa. But this dude that is hunting big game, like he'll go on, there'll be a campsite and like a couple of leopards have been prowling. And so he's got to hunt down the leopards. Like right now he's going out to hunt down a hyena.
So 1923 is good.
The first 2 episodes are intriguing. I like this hunter dude.
It is a Tyler Sheridan thing because
Taylor Sheridan, yeah,
Taylor Sheridan. He's just clicking them out. Yellowstone's the most watched show on
Tulsa King.
Yeah,
Tulsa King's really good too.
So anything he endorses now, they are pushing it out as quick as they can while he's hot.
Well, that must be nice.
Yeah,
anything I touch turns to gold.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So what was that guy that did Big Bang Theory and Two and a Half Men and Chuck Lorre? Like that guy was anything he touched was gold. For 2 Broke Girls, he did that for a while. Anything on CBS, and then he just fell off.
Matt says Harrison Ford is the great uncle. He is Tim McGraw's brother.
Okay.
Yeah. So the entire Dutton clan out there in Montana.
Harrison Ford, he plays the part. You know, I mean, he's old. He's old as dirt, but he plays part well.
But you have a little blend of the West transitioning into modern times and the prohibition and the mob and moving out west.
Yeah, it hadn't gotten there yet. It's more you've got a lot of immigrants from England and from Ireland, and they're trying to carve their niche, their part of the land. It's also really disturbing. It's Catholic Church trying to what's the verbiage I'm looking for? Well, I mean
civilize the Native Americans. Yes.
Yeah. And it's disturbing. That I wish we could just leave that part out.
Yeah, but it's
have you watched it?
No, but it's part of the history that actually happened in that time back then.
Yeah.
It was a crazy time in America out west. All right, that's what Rockstar's watching. By our friends at New Life Art. Daniel Moore getting ready to maybe paint another Alabama moment in the dome down there. Maybe he's going to paint something for the Bulldogs if they can win another championship. He did it last year for them.
He did. Versatile guy. Look, memorable sports moments. He's been bringing you for over 40 years. For more information, you can call the guys 800-735-2787 or online danielmooreart.com.
Rockstar, give me cut number 18. We'll talk to John Parker Wilson about Bama and Kansas State, the matchup on the field. By the way, Pete Golding thinks that it'll be 2 quarterbacks. That's what he's been preparing for. I think that's smart. Will Howard and Adrian Martinez for Kansas State. If you're wondering about this Kansas State team, motivation wasn't needed from the head coach, he said earlier today down in New Orleans. Here's Kleiman.
We haven't had a kid on our football team that's had an opportunity to play in a Sugar Bowl and to play in a New Year's Six game. And that's really special. And the kids that you all know, that I all know, are those difference maker guys for us. Never seen those kids more excited about playing a football game. And they weren't going to let their teammates down, and it was never even a conversation that we even had to have. I never asked anybody, are you going to play in this game? You're at Kansas State playing for your brother, and you're going to play, and they know that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think fear if you're an Alabama fan, is that this game, and Nick Saban has indicated otherwise, and I think he's generally pretty honest about the way his team practices. I think, Lance, you said it, right? That he said they've had the best practices they've had. But what you fear as an Alabama fan is your team doesn't take this game seriously, and it's their Super Bowl.
I would have loved Kansas State in this game if both Bryce and Will would have opted out. With them playing, if you're in that locker room, don't you feel like you've got to give 100% for these guys?
That's what I've been saying all week. You got to think it trickles down.
You know, with that said, though, this Kansas State team is really physical. Chris Kleiman that you just saw is a guy that won 4 national championships at North Dakota State when he was hired. People were critical of the hire. Gene Taylor, the athletic director at Kansas State, they said it was his drinking buddy because he's a guy that knew him from North Dakota State. This has worked out.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this guy, you know, they go from unranked. They weren't ranked until the final week of September this year, and they go from unranked to winning the Big 12 championship. This is a good team.
Yeah, and always a respected coach right there. Clinton Dix is retiring as a Packer. Great Alabama DB, 11, 12, and 13, two-time national champion. It was part of the team that was number 1 when they lost in the kick 6 down to Auburn. Long run in the NFL. Not as long as he probably wanted, but it burns quickly, and he's retiring as a Packer today. I guess since we're on this platform, we can say the joke we heard after the win in Miami.
Tommy Spina told it on the air.
Yeah, that Notre Dame's quarterback was seeing more Clinton Dix than Hillary.
Yes.
Was that it though?
That was pretty much the punchline.
Yeah.
Tommy delivered it maybe differently.
Yeah.
And I think we actually dumped it.
He did. We did.
Yes. We dumped it, and Tommy got upset that we dumped it. We're like, I don't think you could say that on the air, Tommy.
Had an X on it. It was a different spelling.
I think Tommy's more upset with my 0-2 yesterday.
All right, what a great career for Clinton Dix there, as he is hanging it up as a Packer, retiring as a Packer.
It does show you. I mean, I can remember vividly moments that we had down in Miami in 2012. You know, doing the shows.
That's a decade ago now.
Yeah, and to think about that kid was in college then, and now he's already retired from the NFL, man. I mean, this candle's burning quick.
Well, I mean, Abby Chin, we were DMing the other day about was I going to the playoffs? How many has it been? I said, I'm not going to the playoffs. I'm not going to the Sugar Bowl. And she was like, it seems like just yesterday we were covering Auburn and Oregon out in the desert. I still remember some of the restaurants we ate in 2013 when we were out there covering Auburn and Florida State. Or we've been on so many of these trips. I remember moments from every one. I mean, these are the kind of conversations I feel like we'll have at nursing homes someday.
No, first
you
world
remember
problem.
when, back in 2012?
Outside of the fact that the national championship is going to be at SoFi, and I really, really want to see that venue, I'm glad we're getting a breather here.
I don't remember much.
Are you guys not? Kinda.
Yes. I was okay if Alabama was going, I was going to go, but I was okay if we're going to miss one, this is the team to miss it with.
So like
let's settle back up and go next year.
So 11 o'clock kick tomorrow, Sugar Bowl. If somebody called you and they said, hey, I've got a private jet, it leaves tonight at 6 o'clock. I've got your room tonight in New Orleans. We're going to the game and we're coming back. Would you go?
True story. Even when I went back,
I wouldn't either.
Zero.
True story. Even when I went back into television at CBS 42, I told them I am not covering bowl games unless it's a BCS, and the playoffs didn't exist in the BCS.
Wow.
And so when they went to the Sugar Bowl, I didn't go to the Sugar Bowl. Brad Radisi had that one. So no, I would not go.
Jimmy Big Time.
I'll watch it on TV. We're spoiled Alabama media now. We only do playoffs from this point forward. And maybe a little NCAA tournament for some of our teams this year.
Oh, I hope so.
Me too. It'd be good to be a Final Four trip, wouldn't it? Be a good little trip.
You know
it's
what?
in Houston this year, right? Yeah,
it is.
I'll tell you, impressive what Bama was able to do on the road. Mississippi State, I'm not sure they're as good as they were billed, but very impressive win the way they won. I know you guys got into this yesterday, and Auburn still can't find that footing. I know it was still a win,
Yeah, but
that Florida team's not that good.
But what, 3 of 15 from beyond the arc?
3 of 14,
3
I
of
think.
14? Yeah, it's going to be tough to win games shooting like that.
The good side is defensively, they held Florida to 3 of 15
That is
shooting,
right,
so
yep.
it was good. All right, when we come back, John Parker Wilson, Bama is playing in Kansas State, against Kansas State in New Orleans, and JPW makes his weekly visit with us from the Big Easy next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today, or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel, where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
John Parker Wilson in just the second part of our show today, being brought to you, including this hour, by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. I love doing this, you guys. If we were at Champy's right now, you would go with what today, Brownie?
I always start with the tamales, and then I would probably go chicken with their baked beans. They got really good baked beans.
Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, a great appetizer. Some people eat them as a meal. You do that often. I think I'd go po' boy today. I'd go a little shrimp po' boy today.
I think. I mean, the tamales and the slaw, it's just hard for me to go against that.
Hard to beat that. Champy'sChicken.com. Sterling and his crew open right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. He wanted to bring food up this week, but LT was out, so I said, let's push it to next week maybe. So maybe we'll get a little Sterling in Champy's Chicken up here next week to kick off 2023 the right way. You can do that as well. Perfect place to go and get food to watch the games tomorrow, including Alabama at 11 o'clock. It's champy'schicken.com.
All right, let's talk to John Parker Wilson, former Alabama quarterback, now analyst on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from down in the Big Easy. What's up, JP? How are you?
I'm good, guys. You're making me hungry.
I know. Well, you got good food around you down there. You can find something, I'm sure. Do you like food in New Orleans?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love everything about it. And a po' boy sounds like the ticket today for lunch.
Do you have a go-to place down there, JP?
I really don't. I just usually like wander around and find somewhere. I know there's a lot of good restaurants, but I don't have a go-to yet. The only time I come down here is for games, so I don't spend a ton of time in New Orleans. But if y'all got any suggestions, let me know.
Lucky Dog corner of bourbon.
The Lucky Dog?
Have you never had a Lucky Dog? No, it's just the hot dog vendors. I mean, that's what they're called down there.
All right, I'll check it out. I'm not scared of a street hot dog, so that might be my dessert after a shrimp po' boy.
Yeah, sadly, I just eat the fruit in the Hurricanes over at Pat O'Brien's, and that's why I end up on the wrong side of the street.
It happens. It happens to the best of us, you know?
Zach says JP's a Rusty Nail kind of guy.
Rusty Nail's a cool place. That's owned by a Bama fan, so he'll like you. Giacomo's no joke in New Orleans. Look up Giacomo's.
Giacomo's?
Yeah, it's Jocks-IMOS. I think it's how they spell it. Really good restaurant there.
Yeah. Cooter Brown's is good too, but you got to go off the beaten path.
I like it. I'm not scared to go off the beaten path. I might try out all these things. I got nothing to do today. It's terrible weather down here, so I don't know how much.
I would just see how many hand grenades you can knock out of Tropical Isle today. See if you can still do the broadcast tomorrow.
Honest to goodness, if
Hallie
B's is still open, Hallie B's is the place to go. It's in her house. It's over in a neighborhood, White House. You knock on the door, Hallie B's. Hallie B's is where you want to go. Fried chicken.
Oh, I like this.
Black skillet fried chicken.
Early kick tomorrow, LT. So we can't get too much into it. 11 o'clock kick that's early.
That is early. That is really early. So what time will you get to the Dome tomorrow?
I'll get there. Our broadcast starts 3 hours before kick, and I'll get there about 2 hours before kick, and then I'll go on 1 hour before. So, by the time you get over there and get settled and everything, you got to leave pretty early. Y'all know that. It's a process to get over there and get through security and everything else.
True or not, they put you 1 hour before kickoff, shortly after you barely made it to the South Carolina road game a couple of years ago.
Man, I'm telling you what, that's why I lot for traffic and for, in South Carolina cases, trains that are sitting in the middle of the road so no cars can go by. I mean, it took me, I ended up running, and I don't know if I've told you this, I was in an Uber trying to get to the stadium, and I was looking at my clock. I was like, all right, still got 30 minutes. I'm good. Then it's like 20 minutes. Well, finally, I had to get out of the Uber, and I'm running. I had to run. It was about a mile, which is a lot for me right now. I have to run a mile, and it's hot. And by the time I get to the stadium, I'm wearing like khaki pants. They're a different shade of khaki because I am covered in sweat. It was terrible. So now I allot at least an hour for extra travel time.
Yeah, I was watching as soon as heavy breathing, John Parker Wilson come running into the press box that day, and I was like, "What is up?" He goes, I just ran here. Yeah.
Let's talk about this game, JP. Lance was pointing out earlier that Nick Saban qualified this as some of the best practices they've had at a bowl site. As a player who has been through this and has seen the bad side of one of these bowl games, for you to hear Nick Saban say that has to give you a little more confidence in this game tomorrow.
No, absolutely. And, talking to other coaches and just being down here, it seems like the mood of the team is really high. You get your two best players that elect to come back, and with Bryce and Will Anderson, it's like, you got guys in the transfer portal that have elected to the left. And I saw a comment this morning that said, Coach Saban actually invited those guys to stay and to finish out the season. So the guys that they got here are the guys that want to be here. And you get your two studs coming back. And, I think this team has kind of grown up and matured throughout the season, especially after the loss to LSU. It's like they kind of were able to reset and refocus. And I think they're serious. I think they're serious about being down here. They know they're playing a really good Kansas State team that's got some really talented players at at a lot of different positions. And they're, Kansas State's coming down here like, hey, we want to be here. We want to be the Sugar Bowl. We want to go out here with a win. And I think Alabama has so far matched that intensity in practice. So you got to be encouraged if you're an Alabama fan just of how tuned in this team seems to be right now.
Some Alabama fans believe that, yes, Bryce and Will are going to play and some of these others, but it'll be like an NFL exhibition game. They'll play a little and then they will check out and not play the rest of the game. Have you heard anything like that in your time in New Orleans?
No, I haven't. And, I don't know what's going to happen, right? I think those guys being down here and being plugged in for practice is huge. And I think, just as a player, if you're going down here, you're preparing for the game. You want to go out there and play. You want to go out there and win, especially those two guys. It's going to be their last game in Alabama uniform. And you want to go out on top and, they've heard all these things that we're saying about, the past games where Alabama didn't make it to the national championship and how it didn't work out very well for us. So, you don't want that to be your last part of your legacy as you're leaving out of Alabama. So I think they'll be tuned in. And I think, this team still has a lot to prove, right? They didn't make it to the national championship or the college football playoffs, but this is a big game. I mean, it's still the Sugar Bowl. This is a big game. And, I think we'll see a lot of young guys too that will be the future of Alabama's football program. But I think they're excited. I think the team's excited to be down here.
JP, I think 15 have hit the transfer portal. I think 5 offensive linemen, 5 wide receivers. I mean, how thin are those position groups right now?
Yeah, well, Ed, the wide receivers, JoJo Earl and I guess Trayshawn Holden both left, but we still got Ja'Cory Brooks, Jermaine Burton. And, to be honest with you, we've seen a lot more of Isaiah Bond and Kendrick Law as the season has gone on. So, those guys have gotten, I think Coach said 11 extra practices now where they can focus on, what they need to do. And they've gone through the whole season. So they're kind of like they're in their second year already here through bowl practices. Offensive line, Cohen's gone, but Tyler Brooker's been a guy that has got a lot of playing time this entire year that everybody loves, that everybody talks so highly about. So, yeah, we're missing some guys, but I don't think it's going to affect them. I think, if we do have injuries in the game, that becomes an issue just because the inexperience of the guys behind them. But I think the guys we're going to roll up there for starters are, missing one big guy at left guard, but Booker, I think, is going to step in just like nothing happened.
John Parker Wilson is with us from New Orleans, Alabama, Kansas State tomorrow. When you and I don't know how much you've been able to see Kansas State. I know you're at your own game, so you don't get to watch a ton of games. But I'm curious from talking to the coaches and for the time you spent with Nick Saban last night, is there anybody Alabama has faced that does some of what Kansas State does both offensively and defensively?
The defense, they run like a 3-3-5, so really majoring 3 down linemen. And this is a Big 12 team, but I think they are the most SEC-like of the Big 12 teams that you could possibly face. We played Texas earlier in the season, but this is, they don't do a ton of tempo. They do like to do a lot of motions and shifts on offense, especially with their wide receiver Knowles. He moves around a pretty good bit, and when he gets these jet sweeps, he's pretty dangerous. But I think this is a matchup that is good for us because it's very similar to SEC play. I think that's kind of the mentality of Kansas State, and they get some really good players. I'm impressed with their quarterback Will Howard. Coming in relief of Adrian Martinez, has done a really good job of making plays. I mean, he's a really good pocket passer, moves pretty well, not as good as Martinez, but he can run okay. Really good passer, accurate guy, and their running back. Deuce Vaughn, this guy's good. I mean, he's a little bitty guy. I think he's listed at like 5'6", but he can make plays. I mean, he catches the ball out of the backfield. He runs extremely well, and to be that small, he runs good in between the tackles. But they're basically 50% run, 50% pass. So very similar to SEC. And I think Kansas State, just reading some things those players have been saying, like, hey, we want to come in here and show what we can do against Alabama. We're not going to be scared against them. So I think it's going to be a dogfight. You're
seeing the Kansas State practice there on our screen for us. They're showing you that. John Parker Wilson is with us from New Orleans. I'm interested in that 3-3-5 that they run. Obviously, that, at least to me, not an X's and O kind of guy, seems like it opens up a little bit on the edge if you can get there. Does that scream big game for Gibbs?
Yeah, I think so. I think, you want to try to attack them running. They do have a really good edge rusher. Still working on the pronunciation, but he'll be wearing number 91 tomorrow. Big 12 player of the year. So, that's the guy that Alabama has to focus on defense. But, I think running the ball is going to be important for Alabama tomorrow, just like it always is. But this is a team that, is I think better against the pass, although they've got some injuries in the secondary. But I think Tamar Gibbs, you got to focus on him, especially, we do have some guys transferring and leaving. He's back healthy. So I think you're right, Dunaway. I think we'll see run early and often.
The last two non-playoff Sugar Bowl appearances for Alabama have been disasters. 2013 against Oklahoma, 2008 Utah. You were there in 2008. Going into that game, I mean, did you sense that there was no urgency and it wasn't – it just seemed like a game that you guys weren't into?
No, I mean, I don't think so. I think, it's – for us, I mean, I think we were a completely different team back in 2008 than they are today. Utah, when we played them, they were fired up, ready to go. We had some injuries. We had some guys that didn't make the game. So, we had our chances to win and just didn't do it. Same thing in 13. So I think you're right. I think intensity is the biggest thing, especially when you get up to the game because the hay's in the barn. You can't do anything else to prepare for it. And I think this team has that mentality and has had that mentality so far, through practice back at home. Then you get a few days off for Christmas, and now here at the bowl site for a week. I think the coaches are excited about what they've done and what we're going to put out there on the field tomorrow.
All right, he is John Parker Wilson. You'll hear him with Chris Stewart, Tom Stipe, Christian Miller, Roger Hoover, entire Crimson Tide Sports Radio gang there from New Orleans tomorrow for the 11 o'clock kick, 8 a.m. airtime. JP, get plenty of sleep now. Don't be late, all right?
I'm not. Hey, how about this? This is going to be pretty cool. Christian Miller is not going to make the trip.
My bad.
But we've got one of our alumni. No. This just came out last night. We got one of our alumni that plays football down here. Mark Ingram is going to be on the sideline with us tomorrow. So that'll be pretty fun.
I've heard of him, Mark Ingram.
Might have won the Heisman.
Pretty solid player, and a pretty big deal down here in New Orleans. So it'll be fun. We're pumped about it tomorrow.
Yeah, that's cool. That's neat. All right, so hear that tomorrow on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Thank you, JP. Take care.
See you guys.
All right, buddy. John Parker Wilson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Zach, who is always very funny in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, though he chooses violence against me every single day. I choose not to respond to violence with violence in my life.
Well, let me be violent. He's sometimes funny.
No, Zach is very funny. He's very funny.
Sometimes funny in the Vulcan Tire.
Though I frequently am the target of his humor, I don't get offended by it. I think it's funny. I laugh at it. He says, big game for Gibbs. Has Bill O'Brien already left?
Hey, I just feel like... when I'm playing video games at home, 3-3-5s opens up the door for running on the edge, yes. And I'm sure that's the way it is in real life.
All Jim's X's and O's questions are going to come from his Madden now. You watch this. Dunaway thinks he's an X and O guy.
No, I'm not. I always scream. I'm not. We're not the X's and O show.
Yeah. Oh, I know that. Trust me. You don't have to tell me that. Such a weird flex going on by Lunsford right now. He continues to hammer home that Tua. I threw 7 interceptions in the first ever Madden game I have played in my lifetime. And I'm just goofing off trying to figure out the controls. And Lunsford's like going around bragging.
I said it one time in
the
chat.
Crap, Lunsford. You mentioned it in the chat. It was in our text thread last night.
He called him Tua turned the ball over.
Yeah, put the shoe on the other foot. If you had beaten Lunsford yesterday, would you have said anything? Would you have kept, even though it was your first game, if you had beaten him?
Well, I got to say something.
What are you talking,
Yes.
We had a long season of fantasy, and nobody has brought it up, but I completely dominated our league.
I brought it up.
No, it was brought up when you were out.
Yeah, we had the parade, in fact.
Nursing your illnesses.
Somebody was absent when we talked about it.
Now, is everybody everybody's $100 in, right?
That is no. I heard you ask Dunaway, what did I win for this? I don't think there was any prize on the line.
How do we not have a prize on the line?
Because I don't think most people care enough to put money on it.
I don't know.
We cared enough to sit up here for 5 hours doing a draft.
That's what we call content.
Yeah, and
but
now
we never talked about it.
And right now we're staring a 14 game video league in the face now.
I don't see that happening.
14 games, a long season.
Well, I mean, Lunsford's already off to a hot start in the preseason. My God.
Not as hot as Jim.
I have not brought it up one time.
Jim showed no mercy.
I played everybody.
52-19.
So you pulled Tom Brady?
I thought it was 59-19.
52.
Yeah. Yeah. I put Kyle Trask in.
Do the
Skipped right over
controllers work
Blaine
the
Gabbert.
same? Again, I hadn't played in 17 years.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I'd never played, so I'm watching guys go on routes. I don't even know what button I was hitting half the time. I was just trying to throw it to a guy. And Lunsford had 7 interceptions. He wants the world to know it.
Hey, I threw 5 with Ryan Tannehill.
Well, I mean, yeah.
But you had 2. I had Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah. Hey, part of our show today is being brought to you by a friend, Storm Restoration Roofing, and Greg Nelson, who wants to say thank you to everyone who has used Storm Restoration Roofing over the last 20-plus years, but specifically in 2022. And Greg is dedicated to helping you when you need him in 2023. Listen, when it comes time and there's storm damage on your roof and you are in that scramble mode and the storms just come through, I got to got to cover my roof, protect my house. Remember Greg from Pell City. Just remember that. You can contact him on Facebook, but go ahead and write this number down and put it with all your important papers. So when that accident happens on your house, you can get Greg out there quickly to even take care of some stuff properly, so the insurance company will still provide you their coverage that they should be providing you. Greg should be your first call when there's storm damage to your house. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. And I will pass that number along to you anytime. Just contact me on social media. A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. I'll get to you in a second, Browning. Greg from Pell City with Storm Restoration.
I don't think it'll be a second.
He'll help all your veterans out there, pipe jack boots, flashing gutters, and a lot more. It's Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. Maryland and NC State are playing the Dukes Mayo Bowl. Give us an update.
We're not 6 minutes into the game, and there's already 2 interceptions at a goal line stand. You don't get that in a full game.
It's amazing. I've got Maryland in this game. Tagovailoa didn't even start. I don't know if he's playing. He was supposed to play.
I don't know how you give out bowl games.
It really is tough. But this hick Billy Edwards Jr. is the quarterback right now for Maryland.
Well, he just threw a terrible interception.
Well, they had first and goal at like the 3. They couldn't get in, and then they just throw a pick in the end zone.
Two of the ugliest uniforms I've ever seen.
They are bad. Yes.
That's a big ass wolf on the wolf pack.
It's too big.
Yeah, and then the Maryland flag is just like 8 countries threw up on a flag.
No, that wolf head is to scale.
Old ACC foes playing in that game in the Dukes Mayo Bowl, Maryland and NC State. Not enough to get me to watch TV at 11 in the morning.
Damn, I like some Dukes Mayo, though.
It is good. It's what we use in my house.
Yeah, that's what I use, too.
Yeah, the good games start a little bit later on, including what should be an entertaining Pitt and UCLA game, but as Brown pointed out last week, you got to look for it, or earlier this week. It's on CBS. It's one of the bowl games that is not on ESPN. 1 o'clock today for that one. And then a couple SEC teams later, South Carolina and Notre Dame, Clemson and Tennessee. Clemson a 6-point favorite, Notre Dame a 3.5-point favorite in those games. Those lines brought to you by our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag. Dunaway is where you go. Use code NEXTROUND, and you get that deposit bonus when you sign up. You can start using it right away. That brand new deposit bonus designed for bettors looking to get their cash in and then cash out quickly. You experience sports in a whole new light with MyBookie.ag. Make your season a winning one. NFL playoffs, the college bowl games, college football playoffs, college hoops, NBA, and weekly blackjack tournaments, all there at MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND, MyBookie.ag. Don't forget the code NEXTROUND, and you will not miss out on that sign-up bonus when you have Next Round right there at checkout. MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND to get that sign-up bonus. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag. Teresh is next.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Forrester, let's do our Dr. Pepper countdown to the playoffs tomorrow. A couple of sound bites here from Pete Golding before we get to trash. Rockstars, let's go 2 and then 1. No, other way around. 1 and then 2. We'll go in order as Forrester put them in there. It's brought to you by our friends at Dr. Pepper, getting you ready for the playoffs tomorrow and the Sugar Bowl, where Alabama plays Kansas State to start today. Pete Golding is the defensive coordinator. He had a chance yesterday to talk to the media down there in the Big Easy, and he was asked what's it like being the first of all, look at those cheeks, man. How happy Pete Golding is.
He does, man. He looks like he just won the lottery down there.
Like
it's
a jolly old
Galifianakis.
No, he looks like a dude that sells boots.
Dunaway's right, though. Jolly old, however you want to finish the sentence.
Yeah. Jolly old Pete Golding right there with those cheeks right there. He's only 38 years old. He was asked yesterday, what's it like being Nick Saban's defensive coordinator?
What's it like being Nick Saban's defensive coordinator for 4 years? How does one last in the job that long, and what kind of boss is he?
No, I mean, he's a great boss, and I think obviously people look at it and, it's black and white, so just like for our players, there's an expectation of your position, but it's very black and white and it's detailed out and what the expectations are, and you go to work every day and you try to achieve it, but at least there's no gray. Where there's jobs out there to where you really don't know, you're really not being told how to do it, and you don't know whether you're doing it right or you're wrong. Here, and so you hear it every day. But it's awesome just being around the greatest coach of all time, day to day and all day, and learning from him, not only defensive, but how to manage a team, how to manage people. So it's been a really good experience for me.
So Pete Golding is one of those guys, and I want you to hear his soundbite about it, and then I want to know if you guys believe he'll be back next year in Tuscaloosa. It's our Dr. Pepper countdown to Saturday's kickoff, brought to you by our friends at Dr. Pepper, and Pete Golding gets asked about goals and coaching at Alabama in the future.
When you look at your career, what would you say your goal is within the coaching world?
I really don't get caught up in it. I don't have it. Obviously, I try to be the best coach that I can, the best person I can. I got into coaching to affect young men. And you can do that whether you're a position coach, a coordinator, or a head coach. And I'm in no rush. I've said this before, to be a head coach. I think there's a lot more to that. I love game planning. I love being in the room with our guys. Obviously, I got to do a better job of putting them in better position, continue to coach them better so they can have a better product on the field. But right now, I'm just worried about K-State and getting through this walkthrough tomorrow, to be honest with you.
I know you're not focused on the future, but do you plan to be at Alabama next year?
I'm still under contract, so absolutely.
Aaron Suttles with the follow-up. I like how he's just focused on get through that walkthrough.
Walk-on was today, and they made it through that.
I Lions on the field or something?
Personally think both coordinators are gone.
I think one's guaranteed gone. I don't know how I feel about Golding. I mean, there's a reason Aaron Suttles obviously asked that question, and Pete's response.
Yeah, and Aaron said this before on Bama and Bourbon. When Alabama has a bad day defensively, Golding takes the heat. When they have a good day, Saban gets
the credit. Yeah.
And, Golding's got small kids, and there's been rumors out there that the kids have heard things that, Daddy's a sucky coach, and that's kind of sad. And I guess that goes with the territory. But if you're Pete Golding, you're making a ton of money, so there's a reason to stay. But
Nick Saban obviously likes this guy.
Oh, yeah, obviously.
Or he wouldn't still be there.
Yeah.
But there's also reasons to maybe take a look at something else.
It is interesting for Pete Golding. I mean, everybody knows this. When Sark left, he wanted Pete Golding to go with him. He wanted Pete Golding with him in Austin.
Yeah. There are rumors that Ole Miss tried to hire him at one point.
That's right.
So it's not as if nobody in college football thinks this guy can coach.
No. But now there's a Jeremy Pruitt elephant in the room. If Jeremy Pruitt is available, the NCAA and maybe some universities and maybe the SEC offices will let us know if that is a situation, but that becomes an interesting discussion once the Sugar Bowl's over tomorrow. That's our Dr. Pepper countdown to kickoff, brought to you by our friends at Dr. Pepper. We'll get back to the playoff games, but we're already on the show. Josh Pate has joined us from Atlanta to talk about the two playoff games, including, I found it fascinating, and Forrester will send some of this stuff out later on, but when he was talking about Ohio State fans' mentality going into this game, they've got a hangover about the loss to Michigan again. I wonder how that affects the team. I know Ryan Day's been playing it up like it's been a second life for this team to get a chance after losing to Michigan. It worked for Alabama in 2017. We'll see if it works for Ohio State tomorrow night against the SEC representative Georgia Bulldogs. You can go vote right now on one of our Cowan Equipment poll questions. Who are Alabama fans cheering for in this playoff? Is it the Georgia Bulldogs, hashtag SEC, or is it Ohio State? Is it Michigan, or is it TCU? You can go vote right now at Next Round Live on Twitter, at Next Round Live on Twitter. Trash time every day right here at 11:30 Central. Rockstar, hit it, man.
Do y'all usually start before 8 o'clock with a chainsaw?
What time is it, sir?
Well, it's after 8 now. You guys started firing it up at 7:55.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, surging interest rates may be weighing down your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on your new mortgage, temporary interest rate buydown may be just what you need. Mortgage Right's temporary buydown program, it lowers your initial interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market. With a variety of buydown options and experts nationwide, Mortgage Right can help you purchase your home with the best possible interest rate. Rates are on the rise, so it's more than wise to consider a temporary interest rate buydown. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started today, or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start with offbeat holidays in the month of January.
All right, already to that point.
Monday, January 2nd. Is Divorce Day.
Oh, no. Let's
Happy New Year.
This makes sense, though. First Monday of the year, which is when most feel that divorces are filed.
Well, we just got to get through the holidays for the kids.
Yeah, that's probably it, you're right.
First thing, January 2nd, we're out.
Yep. I guess it makes sense.
Did I see you kissing Kathy in the closet at the New Year's Eve party?
Yes, you were filming.
Oh, wow. That's it. We're done.
Kathy.
Yeah, what was it? I saw the poll question the other day, and I know Taylor couldn't have asked it. It had to have been a Dunaway question.
It's 100% Dunaway.
It was maybe the most uncomfortable poll question we've ever had.
About kissing random people at New Year's Eve?
Well, Dunaway said he used to do that.
You never, at midnight in a bar, when it struck New Year's Eve, kissed anybody that...
I probably have made out with a bunch of randos at bars, but never on New Year's Eve.
But you don't like going out on New Year's
Lance
Eve.
doesn't do it on the amateur's night.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying I probably have done that back in my days in college and stuff. But normally, if I'm ever out on New Year's Eve, I've normally, I had my then wife, girlfriend.
Taylor's
roommate.
young, single, in her early 20s, and she is off to a destination city, I won't say which one, with her friends. And we were just talking, and I'm like, so at midnight, is there anybody in this trip that you're kissing? She's like, no, it's a girls' trip. And I'm like, so
even better.
So rando guy at midnight's going to try to kiss you. And she's like, no, nobody's going to try to kiss me. I said, at midnight, rando people.
I don't think that happens.
Taylor said, Jim, I think I hear the bumper music.
Yeah, I think you're watching Hallmark movies.
That's what she said. Taylor said that's the way they make it look in the movies on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I really don't think that happens.
Yeah. I'm always at a playoff game usually on New Year's Eve. Sadly, on a bus with Brown, usually outside of a stadium.
Well, from that to Thursday, January 5th is Whipped Cream Day.
I like a little whipped cream.
I do too.
Yeah.
A whipped cream day before divorce day would work too.
May lead to it.
Wednesday, January 11th, National Take the Stairs Day.
I take the stairs every morning to in this building, which is go up 3 flights of stairs. I'm winded since we've been doing this.
We're on the 4th floor, right? Sorry.
You're doing 3 flights of stairs though.
Okay.
3 flights of stairs.
Yeah, it used to be 2 flights of stairs. I wasn't winded, but now it's a little different.
I haven't adjusted it all. I'm like, my God, every day it's just like I'm morning.
You know the elevators here work better than our old building, right?
Well, no, but I'd rather take the stairs just to get some kind of
good
exercise.
Yeah.
Rockstar, will you be on tour January 12th?
No.
Yes.
No.
What's
January?
What's Stevie Nicks' name?
Just Muse. Let me see.
I thought you didn't leave until February.
We're doing every weekend.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, Thursday, January 12th is Kiss a Ginger Day.
Oh, Kiss a Ginger.
We'll be on our way to Evans, Georgia.
Oh, somebody needs to kiss you.
Needs to.
Saturday, January 14th, Dress Up Your Pet Day.
That's every day.
Or let's call it days that end in Y for Lady Bird.
Monday through Monday.
Y'all would die if you saw how much gear she got for Christmas.
You know, I'm not going to be shocked.
Yeah, it's not going to blow me away.
During the cold spell, Maggie bought 2 sweaters for our little puppies to walk them in. And I was like, please, this cannot be the beginning of us turning our dogs into Lady Bird. We've got clothes for the dogs. God gave them clothes.
That's right. Gave them fur.
No, I'm not exaggerating, and I'll take a picture of this. This is embarrassing. But what used to be a coat closet on the front hall is Lady Bird's closet.
Like she has enough stuff to hang in the closet.
She probably, I'm not exaggerating, probably has 10 to 15 jackets and probably 20 or 25 bandanas.
You see where our relationship has come? 5 years ago, he would have said, Dunaway, her wardrobe's better than your wardrobe.
I think Lady Bird's might be.
No, there's no doubt.
She's got Barefoot Dreams. I don't know if you've had any of that brand, but she's got a lot of those sweaters.
I have not.
A lot of those sweaters.
Yeah. She's got the Foggy Dog bandanas.
Oh, really?
She's got some quality stuff.
Yeah, high-end bandanas, huh?
Just saying.
Is there a vapor for dogs that I can just, when you guys start throwing some of Lady Bird stuff out, I can get it at a discount?
January 15th is National Hat Day.
Observed a lot here.
Yep.
Don't know what you're going to love this. Friday, January 20th, International Fetish Day.
See, it's not national, it's international.
That's right. Everybody
I
participates.
get my French friends with this.
Yeah.
And Friday, January 27th, Fun at Work Day.
Oh, it's every day for us, right?
It is.
Yep, it is for us. A man was arrested in Gainesville early Christmas morning after he reportedly slipped on a patch of ice following an attempted armed robbery on Atlanta Highway.
So just to go through it real quick, this guy's trying to rob these guys. Was it with a knife or whatever? Tries to get away, slips on ice. What do you think his mugshot looks like?
Oh,
I fell on ice. You think it's bad or good?
Well, I think it's going to be bad. He's probably got a big old knot on the head.
Yeah, it's got to be bad.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a mug shot, first of all, it's going to be bad to begin with.
Oh, crap. He did not. No. Did the knife hit him in the face multiple times?
I don't know if it just shards of ice went into it.
Holy hell.
But
Yeah.
that's face first.
Yeah. I mean, he went down hard.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm going to have to say the assailants, the people he was trying to rob, got out and took a little whack or two.
It's like somebody
at him.
cut a dragon into his
You're
face.
saying once they caught him on the ground, they might have got a little retribution?
We want our stuff back now. And here's that knife in the cheek a couple of times. And let me drop kick you with my boot right here.
Damn. Yeah, he got worked over. Anyway, that dude right there is Luis Ordonez, 30 years old, was allegedly hiding behind a dumpster behind the business when a business employee exited the rear of the building. Ordonez appeared from behind the dumpster, pointed a firearm at the victim, demanded the victim give up all of their money. Ordonez was running away, reportedly slipped on ice, hit his face on the ground, possibly fell unconscious. Witnesses were able to separate the firearm from the man following the fall. Here's what happened. The guy fell, knocked himself out, and the dude put a boot in his face about 50 times.
Yeah, think so.
A couple of times. And you know what? Not pressing charges. You robbing people, you deserve that.
Yep. Yeah, we were talking about, did you see the FedEx truck earlier today, Rocky?
Truck driver Brett sent it to us on Twitter.
What happened?
I mean, just to put it in context, well, I mean, so they're looting a FedEx truck, and it's one of those trucks that's got like two trailers, short trailer, and they're latched together. And the truck driver finally gets a clearing, and he just drops the hammer. He's like, I'm getting out of here before I get killed. And one of the looters gets caught up under the wheel.
That's not good.
Oh, no. And it drags the dude.
He don't stop.
And they're screaming, trying to get him to stop.
Yeah. And he's like,
But you can't stop.
Yeah, looters turn into good Samaritans then. Hey, our friend is getting dragged away.
Oh, yeah. Hey, and listen, man, the guy chases him for a minute, and then he just drags him all the way out of the picture. Wow. It's rough.
Yeah. But, I mean, if I'm on that jury, I'm not pressing charges against the FedEx guy.
Nope.
It's it ends up being the same situation. Was it Sparky in Vacation? What was the dog's name?
Yeah. Poor little fella probably kept up with him for the first couple of miles.
Yeah.
God.
That's the way this one ended. According to the official DNR report, bizarre incident occurred early December when officers Cameron Wright and Joshua Salas came across a PT Cruiser parked at one of the entrances. The man in the vehicle said he parked there to listen to the owls, and he wanted to be left alone. But the officers noticed an open, tall container of natural ice beer in the cup holder. They then asked the man on a scale of 1 to 10 how drunk he was. He responded, I'm a 5, but I'll be honest, I'm drunk. Now, based on the response, the officers began conducting sobriety tests, but partway through, the man made a face of shock, grabbed his rear, dropped his pants to his ankles, and began taking a crap on the rear bumper of the PT Cruiser.
Wow.
Honey, I'm gonna go. Where are you going? I'm gonna go listen to the owls.
Now, he was arrested,
drinking.
taken to the hospital for a blood draw. On the way there, the man noticed that the officer was using his GPS and said, quote, "Man, I'm the drunk one here, and I have to give you directions on how to take me to jail, you moron." Now, during the blood draw, the man also mentioned that the nurses were not drawing his blood, but instead, I'm not going to, quote, lie to you, pure natural ice is what you're drawing.
Pure natural ice.
We've got a woman and her children have taken refuge on top of their dining table as a little Tasmanian devil made its way around their suburban house, chased by the woman's husband.
What does a real Tasmanian devil look like?
About 10 p.m. on Wednesday.
Oh, nothing like the cartoon character.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Kirsten Lynch heard her 4-month-old golden retriever puppy give a very, quote, strange bark. Ran downstairs, went to pick up the puppy's Tasmanian devil-shaped stuffed toy when the plush toy started running.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I thought it was a toy.
Yeah, hid under the couch. Finally, they got it outside.
So how mean is a Tasmanian devil? Look at those claws.
Probably pretty mean.
Oh, the one in the cartoon, like he became a tornado.
It's probably like a rat on rabies.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that.
Yeah.
Like a dirty rat.
You don't hear much about the old Tasmanian
No,
devil.
you really don't.
Yeah.
Finally, I've got some funny tweets for you guys.
I like these.
First one. I took 11 shots of tequila in about 4 hours once. I woke up in the front lawn of my parents' house the next day. Problem is, I lived 150 miles away from my parents. Apparently, a cab driver asked for my address. I gave him theirs. My dad paid the $400 fare and left me in the yard.
Oh.
Pissed.
$400 fare.
Here's another one. One Thanksgiving, this one's great. I was 37. I was dating a 45-year-old guy. My sister, who was 33 at the time, was dating the 25-year-old son of the guy I was dating. Halfway through Thanksgiving dinner, my dad got up, went outside, and mowed my sister's lawn to calm himself down.
Oh, he's cutting the grass on Thanksgiving, by the way.
That is not the ideal situation.
No.
He is cussing while he's mowing.
Yeah, boy.
Here's another funny tweet. The bad guy in Hallmark movies is a boyfriend who was like, no, babe, I can't drop everything and leave work this weekend. I'm about to close a deal for $10 million that will set us up for life. The good guy is a guy who is just standing there when she gets to her hometown.
It's true.
Wearing flannel.
Yeah, probably
Ricky?
wood carving. Oh, you're back in town.
And finally, a guy in my office is shaking his protein shake, and this woman pokes her head around the corner and says, "Do I hear margaritas?" No, Janet, it's 10 a.m.
Margaritas.
Her popped like a meerkat.
Janet, you got a little problem we need to discuss.
I miss the meerkat people we used to work with occasionally. We'd get those occasionally.
Oh, like when we had food delivered to the studio and you would you still work here?
No, I was just checking to see if these wires were still connected.
I haven't seen you in 3 months. I didn't know you worked
Heads
here.
out of the office.
That bothered me more than it should.
Well,
No, it should. It
should bother you.
When you don't see somebody, only when you have food over or an important guest over. Charles Barkley's in. Hey, there's so-and-so we haven't seen in 6 months.
But if you order for 6, the normal people who work on our show, and then you don't have enough to eat, it can be bothersome at
Hey,
times.
home values are on the rise, but so are sky-high rent prices. Stop wasting money on rent. Start investing in a lifelong asset. Take control today by talking with our friends at Mortgage Right about your home ownership goals. Mortgage Right, they've got the options, speed, and ease you're looking for when purchasing a home. Their mortgage experts are just a phone call away. They're always willing to answer your questions, guide you through the home buying process. Make the most of the current housing market. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to become a homeowner today, or call 205-815-9200 if you're in the Birmingham area. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Black Panther jerseys tonight for the Birmingham Squadron as Marvel Appreciation Tonight. And they'll be wearing these.
Why don't you wear it at the final hour?
I don't have the guns or the chest or the stomach for it.
Wear that T-shirt under it.
1,000 of these will go out to fans. First 1,000 through the door tonight. They beat the Legend last night. They scored 134 points. So you'll see a lot of points if you go watch the Squadron tonight. 7 o'clock tip against the Dallas Mavericks team. They play the Ignite, the really good team, in the G League tomorrow at 2 at Legacy Arena. You can get all your tickets for the Squadron year-round and an opportunity to get this Black Panther jersey tonight. Ticketmaster.com, or call 205-719-0850. 205-719-0850 is our friends with the Birmingham Squadron.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
This hour being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. A great Southern fried chicken, man. I love it. And those hand-cut chicken fingers, your kids would love those too. And they're perfect po' boys. If you're in the mood for a little New Orleans style, get a little po' boy down at Champy's Chicken today. Right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew are open. They're playing the Duke's Mayo Bowl right now. Maryland and NC State 3-3 as they play now early in the second quarter in that game up in Charlotte. Both coaches have agreed to take the Duke's Mayo bath afterwards. Shane Beamer got that last year with an upset win. Who they beat last year? North Carolina? South Carolina over North Carolina?
I think that's right. I can't really remember, to be honest with you. I do remember him getting the bath, and that led to good things.
Speaking of North Carolina, earlier this week, Drake May and Bo Nix played. We reacted to that game, LT. You were not here for that, but that was an entertaining football game. Bo Nix got the win late. Are 2 of those guys Heisman Trophy contenders going into the next year? I would say yes, right?
I would say yes. I just don't know how good North Carolina is going to be. He lost his best receiver in Josh Downs. You know, Drake May did not play well the last month of the season. I thought Bo was really shaky the first couple of quarters of that game.
That final drive, though, 5 of 7, 71 yards when you needed it the most. He was there to get the dub.
It ended up being, I mean, a lot of these bowl games have really come down to the wire. I mean, it's been a good bowl season.
Yeah, I mean, last night the
Oklahoma-Florida
State game
was fantastic.
Yeah, it was a very good game.
Cheez-It, yep.
Yeah, in the Cheez-It Bowl.
When in doubt, just call it a Cheez-It Bowl. Better chance of getting it. There's 2 of those.
Well, you got a 2-20 shot of being right?
Yeah. But that was a nice win for Florida State, and I didn't bring it up earlier. We talked more of the negative. But that's 6 straight wins for Florida State.
10 wins this season.
10 wins for the first time in a while for Florida
since
State.
2016, they'd had 4 straight losing seasons.
And I'll tell you, you talk about those quarterbacks. So Drake May, Bo Nix, got to put Jordan Travis in the mix, man.
Especially back half of the season. He was really, really good, Jordan
Kid
Travis.
can play.
Yeah, Mike Norvell looks like maybe he has finally gotten that ship turned around and headed in the right direction.
Changing that culture a little bit.
And I've
right
always
there.
liked him. So I don't have any affiliation to Florida State. Don't care one way or the other. But I've always, I don't know why, but I've always kind of liked Mike Norvell. So I'd like to see him get it turned around.
We're talking about these are the tackiest, maybe the tackiest uniform game you've ever seen today with NC State and Maryland. Florida State, is that outside of Penn State the most polarizing uniform? I can't stand it. It's got too much stuff going on.
It's like
the spear is really cool, but outside of that.
In the Deion Bobby Bowden era, it was a simple uniform. It was like the garnet and gold.
It's gotten a lot. They put more and more.
It's busy.
Pizzazz on it or something.
Yeah, it's just way too much. I agree.
We will ask a question about Lane Kiffin's future coming up in just a second. But first, LT, if you will, tell us about our friends at Baumhauer's, another great place. You can go and enjoy some lunch today. Baumhauer's.
Yeah, absolutely. Bob Baumhauer, they're still celebrating 40 years, but the recession concession menu continues. Bob is here to save a few bucks with their recession concession menu. Includes complimentary beverage with new affordable favorites like that classic tailgate burger for only $7.99. How about the Bam Bam Chicken, only $9.99? Baumhauer's, your big game headquarters for all things legendary fun and legendary food. Wall-to-wall TVs with a menu full of scratch-made American classics. They've got you covered for all things sports. Stop by for all the big games, delicious food and cold drinks all year long. It's going on at Baumhauer's.
Lane Kiffin has a lot swirling around him right now, including losing football games on the field, his flirtation publicly with the Auburn job. And now after losing this bowl game where his team did not look very well prepared at Texas Tech, there was that incident on the field involving Texas Tech linebacker Dimitri Moore and Texas Tech head coach Joey McGuire, a conversation that Lane will talk about here in this soundbite that is now being disputed from the other side. Here's what Lane said after the loss about that altercation on the field and some stuff that was allegedly said, and then I'll tell you what the Texas Tech people are saying after this comment.
You know, there's this big fight, and we're yelling at our players, you know, and their coaches are taking their number 11 off the field screaming at him because he spit on our player. And so the side judge on my side says to me, you know, hey, they're 11, and he actually points that way. They're 11 is going to be ejected. You're 71, you know, fought back, so he's going to get a penalty too. So I'm like, okay. Then all of a sudden they announce our 11. Our 11 is Jordan Watkins, who wasn't in the fight. It was their 11 fighting 71 that everybody knew because their own coaches were yelling at the guy. There was a racial slur involved. That's not the point of what we're talking about the spitting part and the penalty that was said. And so if you look at, I brought our own 71 up to the officials. I said, right or wrong, do you see him crying? He's not crying because he spit on him. He's crying because he got spit on and something was said. Here's our other tackle crying, talking about how derogatory it was, what was said, and getting spit on. So that's why I called timeout to try to get him to get it right. Like, you got all these officials, guys, communicate. And he's right, that's a big deal. I'm going to defend our players when, you know, a kid spit on and then accused to the audience, a national audience, that it's him. So Jordan's, you know, got to deal with this.
Yeah, so that's what Lane Kiffin said. And in part of it, Brown, help me out, he also said that Joey McGuire, the coach, he made it sound like Joey agreed with him in the handshake at the end.
Yeah, at the handshake at the end, Lane later on says that, you know, even their coach, we were talking about how bad the officiating was, or their coach said, hey, how about that officiating? And Lane said, I said to him, yeah, especially when your guy spit on a guy and got thrown out. And he's like, yeah, I know, that was bad.
Yeah.
Essentially, I mean, that may be not word for word what Lane said, but that's essentially it. And that was Lane saying that Joey McGuire at midfield agreed with him that incident happened.
Right. Now Joey McGuire comes back and says Lane and his comments are false and irresponsible. And Texas Tech linebacker Dimitri Moore said he did not spit on anybody and did not use a racial slur, that Lane's comments are false, and that he's really hurt by, you know, his final game going out like this. You see the response there from the Texas Tech folks and everything. So I'm interested on where you think Lane Kiffin is right now, Lance, because he's losing games.
He's where I thought he was. I mean, I can't believe you guys thought he was an elite coach. And Auburn, I think, dodged a bullet by not getting Lane Kiffin. I'll stick by that. I had a feeling, you know, I get a lot wrong, but when they were 7-1, I said the bottom's about to fall out of this thing. They lose 5 of their final 6 games. He does the flirtation, gets his contract extension, bitches about the roof leaking. Lane Kiffin is a baby. And back to throw out the racial slur and not have any evidence to back it up, I think is a serious, serious allegation. And then the other thing, who can actually make a grown man cry just using words?
Yeah, that's
I don't get that.
A lot
at
of that
all.
didn't add up. I mean, first of all, on the racial slur, like, you know, there was a racial slur used. That's not what we're talking about here, though.
Right.
It was
So why bring it up?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you brought it up for a reason. Don't act like you're just going to sneak that one in there and it's going to go unnoticed. But I'm with Lance. I and we were talking about this, and I was kidding you before the show done. Well, you know I'm kidding you, but there's nothing anybody could say to me that will make me cry.
No.
I mean, we're grown men, and this is a grown man football player. I don't believe he was crying because someone said something.
And I'd be pissed if I wasn't, for whatever reason, if I was crying, probably need some counseling. We need to talk about something a little deeper. But if I wasn't crying, I'd be really pissed at my coach for saying I was crying.
Yeah, and by the way, if you do spit on me, I am going to get a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt.
You can say whatever you want, but you spit on me, I don't like being spit on.
That's one of the most demeaning things out there. I'm much more, you spit, I'm still not going to cry, but yeah, I'm going to get a 15-yard penalty.
You may end up looking like the guy who tried to rob somebody in Atlanta and slipped on ice.
You guys have got to, I will give credit to Lane Kiffin, 10 wins last year. You know, first time in regular season Ole Miss history.
Yep.
but since then it has not been a good look. His best win this year is against Troy.
Well, and this is the kind of crap that you don't need around your program, right? You don't need him picking a fight with a team that just kicked your ass. You didn't need the whole thing with the flirtation of Auburn. This is the kind of stuff that will just break apart what you're trying to build in Oxford.
I asked Dunaway for a letter grade for Kiffin at Ole Miss yesterday. All things considered.
Both years, though.
Yeah, well, 3 years. Yeah, 3, 4
yeah.
years. Or you can throw out the COVID year if you want to. They were 5-5. I don't care. But letter grade for Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss is...
See, I went B.
Yeah, I would go B minus.
I went B minus. You and I are right. I think Jim
I think I went B
plus. Yeah,
I went C minus for this year before the bowl loss, but now with this extra layer of stuff, I would almost go a D this year.
Yeah, I mean,
bad finish for sure.
He was so good last year. He actually recruited fairly well, small class, but some good recruits. The portal, he's got to hit some home runs in the portal again to keep this train moving. Interesting with Lane Kiffin there. All right, top of the hour. Whole hour to go as we get you ready for football tomorrow and later tonight. Just so many big games out there. Greystone Chiropractic wants to keep you moving straight forward in 2023. So many things there that'll make you feel great.
Well, right there under the same roof as Greystone Chiropractic is Element Wellness. You can see more, elementwellness.me. I'm talking Tattersall Park, just off of 280 on 119 there in the Greystone area. They've got great things like the red light therapy, the infrared sauna, cryotherapy, the infusion bags, the IV bags. It just makes you feel better, look better, heal better. All those things right there at Element Wellness under the same roof as Greystone Chiropractic. You can see more at elementwellness.me. That is elementwellness.me.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent. Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll get to 4 downs in this segment. Final hour of 2022.
Oh, Dunaway, don't start.
I mean,
are you
want to make me cry?
Are you going to get choked up like we just talked about?
No man can make me cry, but my God, I can make myself cry.
Hey, how about first full year, though? Calendar year for us. Coming to a close.
Look,
Hey, Bud Heavies, man.
Yeah.
That's right. Look at the old school, man.
Hey,
that is
so
such a classic logo.
This is for you, Dad.
You know, this was a weird year for me. I don't know how you guys would grade your year. I love professionally what we've done.
That's an A+, right?
That's an A+. The Rams, A+, winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but then the back half of the year, a D-.
But, man, I had a shitty year overall.
Just personally?
Did you really?
Yeah, I just didn't have a good year.
Anything you want to talk about, or you'd rather just leave it at that?
Can you go lay on the Lego chair and we'll?
No, it started out a little rough, and I'm going to get to this. And you guys remember last January, and I don't know when I'm going to be ready to talk about this, but I will. But things have gotten better.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
No, that is good. Yes, I do remember.
But 2022 overall was a little rough.
I remember parts now.
Yeah,
I mean,
2023
some of it's flowing back to me.
2023 is going to be better.
I mean,
I agree.
The thing I remember is that it's just flown by.
It really did.
I mean, I can. We were talking about things in 2011, 2012. I can remember almost every second of our trip up to Indianapolis for the College Football National Championship.
Literally was yesterday.
It seems like yesterday. It's been a whole year.
Yeah, I remember walking into that hotel in Nashville. We decided to stay that Friday night because of the ice.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I remember hanging out in that lobby, and
that whole trip's a fever dream to me, honestly.
Yeah,
the back end is for me.
Well, I learned a lesson that night, and I when I was at the Floribama this time, I remembered that night that we stayed in Nashville that I don't open tabs at the bar anymore. I pay each time for each round of drinks.
Yeah. So somebody filled that tab, huh?
Yeah. I when that night was over with, I'd hit a few drinks on that tab. Some of them were mine and some were other people, but I was like, that was a little heftier than I thought it was going to be. So at the Floribama, it got to be a pain in the butt. But every time I was like, no, I'm going to go ahead and close it out. Just in case I don't come back over here. I'm going to go ahead and close it out. 15 times
this is
later.
Your 8th time.
No, 15 later.
I
was
had
like
31 transactions the last time we were there.
Yeah, 15 for me this time. And very few, I don't think any on Saturday for me.
But if you had to give letter grade for 2022.
2022 was a pretty normal year for me. There was nothing.
So an A+.
Yeah, I'd give it an A+.
Is 2020 the worst year for everybody, I'm guessing?
But there was a lot of positives that came out of it.
There were a lot of positives in 2020.
Yeah, so it's hard for me.
Yeah, for 2021, yes, but during the time of 2020.
But even then, during that time, you were forced. We shouldn't have to be forced to do this, but you were forced to spend much more time with your family. That's a negative for some people. I get that. That's a positive for me, though.
Yeah, me too. I got to spend so much time with Jack, especially.
I learned to play golf in 2020.
You did?
You sure did, my friend.
I got a lot of pool time in 2020. It's when we came up with the concept for this.
Yeah, I don't know if the pandemic never happened, if we
probably
have this idea. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I just go ahead. This is going to shock you. 2022 has been an A for me. Not an A+, but it's been an A.
I'd give it an A.
I've had a great year.
Yeah, I would go. I'd go C. I'd go a C for me.
Yeah. Now
that's not terrible.
But as my wife points out, she goes, "You are the weirdest person." She goes,
"I would agree."
When you, yes, thank you, Brown.
Yes.
I knew you would. And this is 100% true. She goes, "When things are going to hell in a handbasket, you're stressed out. You're not happy or anything. That's when you work out and you're in the best shape of your life." She goes, "When you're happy, you put on weight.
You are literally fat and happy,
like trees put on leaves." And it is true. I drink and I eat and I'm festive, and I've gained like 27 pounds this year.
Medieval Jim.
Yes, I'm eating all the turkey legs and stuff.
Hey, so
I'm crying right now. I'm emotional.
So
it's
can
such a good year.
It's gonna be a tough hour.
So can she take shots at your physical appearance?
Yes, she can. Yeah, she's my wife.
Now, were you able to crack back on her?
I did.
Oh, you do not do that.
No.
Because you're very judgmental on other people.
Am I?
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, no. When we talk about, we throw a girl up here like, man, her elbows are a little banged up. I know I am too, But I'm just saying.
Elbows are
alligator elbows. Who wants to go out with somebody with banged up elbows?
No, ashy elbows are terrible.
Yeah.
Ashy feet, ashy elbows. You got to put lotion on that stuff. No, all I'm saying, though, is if she can take these shots at you,
right,
seems like it would be fair game for you to be able to return it.
I probably will say something occasionally, but not. I'm not as fierce with her as I am with people I don't know on the preview screen.
Like,
because I'm not going to go to bed with them tonight, and they can't stab me with a knife.
Like, I think it's fair if your significant other is wearing something you don't think looks good, that you can say that.
There's something you don't know about my wife. She A, wears the pants in our house, but B, she has a temper.
I know that too.
Her maiden name is Hahn. She is deep German bloodlines, and they have started every major war in the world in history, and she is a direct descendant of
that lineage.
Yeah.
Wow.
She wages war, and so I try to be peaceful with her all the time. She'll put up a wall in a heartbeat.
Jim of Switzerland.
Maggie, take down that wall. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Simpio. God, it's been a little over 18 months since we called Simpio to start this whole thing.
Yeah, just got a new insurance card in the mail yesterday from our friend Simpio. I'm telling you, man, they are the best. When our first call we made here on the next round was to Blake and the guys at Simpio. It's one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. Simpio, they're going to take care of the BS in every office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. You can join Simpio any time of year. There's no annual contract. With that being said, they've got a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys. Inquire about it. 205-635-7467 or online, Simpio.com.
Ken says, I had a much better time than my bar tab says I did. That's a great song line. I like that. All right, a lot of football talk this hour, but let's start things off with Jeff in Anniston, who joins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, man, just recovering from my buckle surgery.
Your buckle surgery?
Yeah, you buckle fat in your cheeks. You know, give me more of a pointed chin. Hey, Brownie, I after your B-Cup representation last week, I hear you're also very popular at Kilby Correctional in Alabama now.
My B-Cup representation?
If you look behind you, we had a
representative. Yeah.
You were chest up that day.
That way, I might be wrong on this, and I'm sure that guy will correct me. That guy you call El Tiger, I think it's called El Tigre, but
I believe Jeff is correct on this.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I call him El Tigre.
I'm sure it is, but I refuse to not speak my native tongue on the show.
Well, you say El. Okay. That Bankman Freed's ex-girlfriend, she's a looker, isn't she?
I mean, that guy had how many billions?
Wait, who are we talking about?
All right, so FTX is a cryptocurrency trading platform. And this guy, I mean, Lunsford probably has followed it closer than me, but Lunsford, I mean, basically the guy, they were selling cryptocurrency and not fulfilling the order, or basically not making the buys, right? He was just pocketing the money.
Yeah, he was stealing. Yeah.
So so this guy, I mean, illegally gained, ill-gotten gains, but Lance was a billionaire, and I mean, most billionaires end up with a supermodel. Yeah.
So did he not?
He did not. No, he did not. It's the least of his concerns at this point right now, though.
Eventually, he'll get a bullet put in him, right?
Probably so. I mean, you would have to think he goes to jail, but if he doesn't go to jail,
or he'll hang himself in jail.
Yeah. He's getting his I did not commit suicide tattoo right now. A couple, I don't know if y'all be interested, but I got a couple of recruiting stats that I have no life that I checked out. I knew Alabama, the state of, had a good year as far as high school student recruit.
It was reported to be the best year of high school recruiting in the history since they've been keeping up with it.
Let me give you these stats. They had 6 of the top 39, according to 24/7 Composite. 6 of the top 39, 11 of the top 81, and 12 of the top 97.
Wow.
By comparison, Florida had 22 of the top 100, but 8 of them played at ING, so I don't know how many are from Florida. Texas was next with 17. Then little old Alabama was third with 12. California had 8. And Louisiana and Georgia had 5. Mighty Ohio and Michigan and Pennsylvania all had 1.
Yeah.
And in the state of New York's number 1 prospect was ranked 727.
Jeez.
Well, I mean, football is a southern sport.
That is
By
correct.
the most part.
Yep.
Most of the country is moving south.
Yeah, but we still only got 5 million folks. That's a lot. That's impressive.
No.
for
I mean, I'm
Alabama.
not talking about Alabama specifically, but
Oh, yeah, I
a lot of people moving to North Carolina, to Georgia, to Texas, to Tennessee, still to Florida, eventually here to Alabama. It's a migration in our country, and people are still coming south.
It's interesting. 188 of the top 300 came from 6 states. So
Wow. Yeah, now, the Georgia number surprises me, but that's why it was such
They
an
were down
important.
this
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why it was such an important year. Really, if Auburn had, and you hate to say this now, but if Auburn had gone on and fired Brian Harsin when they tried to back in the spring, and Hugh Freeze had a full recruiting cycle, it would have been a great opportunity to get a lot of big players from in the state to go to Auburn. It would have been a big opportunity. So, not saying those crazy boosters are always right, but if they had gone ahead and pulled the plug in February or March, whenever that was, they probably would have had even a better recruiting cycle than Hugh was able to save.
Right. Hey, let me ask y'all 4 quick questions, all right?
Okay.
All right.
All right. Has Ryan Day ever won a game that he wasn't supposed to?
Probably not.
One time, the game that got them to
they beat Clemson pretty bad.
beat Clemson to come play Alabama, right, for the
and
national
I don't know.
championship in 2020.
They might have been a slight favorite in that game.
Yeah, I don't remember them being a
I'm
big
not talking
underdog
about
there.
just point spread. Yeah, I'm just talking about you kind of went in the game thinking.
No, but I mean, how
can't
often
really-
does Ohio State play that kind of game?
Yeah, I mean, they've been
Almost
favored.
never.
The last time they were underdog up until tomorrow was in 2020, the national championship against Bama. They've been favored in 25 straight games.
But the ones they weren't, I don't remember them really winning. And don't y'all remember around the 1st of October? So I think we all agreed that one of 3 teams would be the national champion, right? Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan. I'm still feeling pretty good about that. How about y'all?
Yeah, TCU is not winning a national championship.
All right, what's more surprising year for y'all, Jalen or Russell Wilson?
Jalen.
I mean, guys, Russell Wilson has completely lost the ability to play quarterback, and
So-
it happened overnight.
So much so that Jerry Judy's having to come to his defense. And
Yeah.
Judy hasn't been in the league that long, and he's the one defending him. Like, you guys don't know how hard he works. It's more problems than just Russell Wilson.
I listen to Lance. I saw our buddy Daniel Jeremiah say he has never seen a player that was great lose it as quickly as Russell Wilson
Okay,
has.
but every player does lose it. I agree.
But this happened overnight.
It's a good question, Jeff.
Yeah.
But I never thought Jalen Hurts would be an MVP. And, missing these games, it probably will cost him an MVP. But if he would have played, all 17 games, I think he wins the MVP.
I agree.
Goose says he has the yips, the golf version of the yips.
It's
right
awful,
now.
Hey, do y'all think the Vikings are the TCU of the NFL?
Yeah.
No respect, man. Even Brown brings it up all the time.
Well, I mean, their point differential is +5, okay? So to put that in perspective, Buffalo's is +157.
Right.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, they're not that good.
2 more quick ones.
And both of them wear purple.
That's true.
That's it. More likely, team with losing record wins a playoff game, or the Eagles.
Jeff? Jeff,
Team
Jeff,
with
you
a
back?
losing record wins a playoff game, or the Eagles win the Super Bowl.
Make it to the Super Bowl.
Make it to the Super Bowl. I think-
Eagles make it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Win the Super Bowl.
No. AFC's winning the Super Bowl.
Well, you may not have any teams with losing records in the playoffs if Tampa
Jacksonville
Bay and
wins.
Jacksonville win both of them. Yeah.
Isn't there somewhere else that could happen too? I thought there was 2 divisions that was
Yeah, just
possible.
Jacksonville and Tampa Bay, I think, or Tennessee and Carolina.
Yeah.
Whoever ends up wins,
Yeah.
if they win 2, I think they'll end up being 500 teams or better.
And they won't be a 500 team.
Oh, that's right. 9 and 8, 8 and 9.
All right, last one. Who's at the current job longer, Tomlin or Jimbo?
Jimbo.
Tomlin's about to have his first losing season ever.
Maybe.
Yeah. Well, that's true. It's not a guarantee.
They've pulled it out of the gutter a little bit.
Yeah.
Kenny Pickett's playing well. They've got every opportunity against Baltimore.
And they
this
don't
Sunday.
change coaches in that franchise.
Yeah, I'm going to say Tomlin lasts longer.
It's about time for. Would not surprise me if this is the year they make a change in
And
Pittsburgh.
look, it's only because I wasn't on the show after this, and I was out of town. It's only because he passed, obviously. But did y'all get a little frustrated at Pittsburgh for waiting so long to retire Franco Harris's number? My gosh, the guy has been out of the NFL forever.
Already in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Was shocked his number wasn't retired. I don't know the history of Pittsburgh's franchise.
That was only the third retirement.
It's the only third
Yeah,
one.
they got so many that they could retire. They got to be kind of.
But I've got the feeling they're just now retiring the numbers because I can remember when they retired Terry Bradshaw. And it was relatively speaking just recently. Now, it may have been 10 years.
Well, I'm just saying, if you wait this long, you run the risk of guys literally dying and not getting able
You don't have enough time now to go back and do all the 1970s.
He was on his little tour now. If they could have just done it last year.
That's right,
before.
just last year, yeah.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right,
Y'all
Jeff.
have a wonderful New Year.
Hey, you too, buddy.
You too, Jeff. Hey, so have you guys ever known another Franco? I'm not even talking about personally. I'm just talking
Franco
about
Harris is the
anybody
one, yeah.
named Franco.
James Franco.
No, I know. No, I'm talking about your last names.
No, we don't.
Franco Ferdinand.
Julio Franco.
Franco Ferdinand?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Wasn't he like the...
Are you thinking of Franz Ferdinand?
No, I think Franco was the Italian prime minister that was part of World War I. Jim or not?
Archduke Franz Ferdinand is what you're thinking of. No.
That was closer than I would have thought you could get.
No, Franco's an unusual name.
It is an unusual name.
That was close enough to where if it was a multiple choice question, I would have been able to pick out the correct one.
Yeah.
Which is all I really strive for, to standardize testing, to be able to get the multiple choice questions correctly. Boy, that butt heavy hits heavy, doesn't it?
Yeah, really, I got you quick.
Talking with a fat tongue already.
Jim's already down behind the label too, Lance.
Wow. Our friends at MyBookie getting you ready for the football games later today, and a bunch of them happening. Where are we in the Mayo Bowl? You've been watching that one pretty heavy. Still 3-3?
We're in a commercial break.
It's 10-3 Maryland.
Yeah.
NC State has got a 4th and goal. I think they're about to kick a field goal.
Talia came back in, though, right? He's
He did.
playing, yeah.
Yep.
MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. That next round code gets you a bonus when you make your first deposit. And you can use that bonus right away. You can get it right in play, cash out quick, and you can experience sports in a whole new light with MyBookie.ag. The NFL playoffs coming up, college football bowl games, college hoops, NBA, and weekly blackjack tournaments, all of that and much more at MyBookie.ag. Code next round, MyBookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Rodney is next with us right here in Birmingham, Alabama. Hey, Rodney, how you doing?
Doing good. How about y'all guys?
Awesome, buddy.
Fantastic.
All right. So I got two little quick things, I guess. So on the Derek Carr situation, listening to you and Brown debate that yesterday was hilarious. But my decision on it is, does anybody know, did the Raiders influence him to leave, or did he want to leave the team after being benched? Because to me, that kind of makes a difference in who I would side with in the argument.
Here's the way I understand
The way
it.
I took it is they wanted him out of the building.
Yeah, I think it was a mutual decision, though. I think he was so shocked that he was benched, but at the same time, they want to figure out what his future is. Are they going to re-sign him? Are they going to trade him? And they figure his value. They don't want the guy to get hurt. So they just want to remove him from the organization right now. But I think it was a mutual decision, the way I heard it.
Right. Well, that's what we're all reading, but let's be honest, 90% of the time when, you hear in sports it's a mutual decision that a team and a coach or a player's parted ways, that's usually not necessarily the case.
That's right. It's like we both decided to break up with each other in the old relationship days. Really, one person did the breaking up and the other person's trying to save face. I took it as the Raiders asked him to leave the building.
Right. I just think it's a clown act on the Raiders if they're the ones that asked him to leave. And I think the same thing if he's the one that wanted to leave as a player, being a professional football player.
Yeah.
So my next question is one I've actually waited for Lance to get back from being sick to ask. So can we all agree that there are tiers of teams in the SEC in football that, there are teams that are on a lower tier than, Alabama, or Georgia, LSU, people like that.
Yeah, of course.
Correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, my coaching question is this. You got Jimbo Fisher at Texas A&M, which by all resources and everything that school has should be able to compete at the top of the SEC.
Correct.
And then I have a coach who most people think is hot garbage that has literally a similar record to him, to Jimbo Fisher, as in the last 3 years, Jimbo Fisher has 22 wins. This coach has 17. And they're recruiting different. So Jimbo Fisher has the 6th, 9th, and 1st highest ranked recruiting classes consecutively for the last 3 years.
Right.
The coach I'm talking about has the 49th, 30th, and 18th. So, just by those stats of recruiting and the two schools they're at,
Sounds like
Jimbo
you're talking
Fisher
about.
should be significantly higher than the other coach. Can y'all name the coach?
Sounds like you're talking about Eli Drinkwitz to me.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say Eli, but I didn't know there was any Missouri fans out there.
Yeah, the fact that you could compare.
No.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I am a diehard Alabama fan.
Oh, okay.
I just think it's funny that, Jimbo Fisher gets all this respect from a lot of people up until about the last year as, he's such a great coach. He won a championship, and I'm actually from Hueytown, where Jameis Winston is from. And, so I followed him just because he's from my hometown when he played at Florida State. And I've just never seen it from Jimbo Fisher.
Rodney, thank you. That's wild that you got any comparison between he and Eli Drinkwitz is amazing.
Yeah. I've never seen it with Jimbo either.
Yeah. He waited for you to be back for that because he knew you would agree with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But even I.
All three of us.
I agree with you.
I think people are starting to come this way, and I don't know if it's Jimbo got paid and, he's – I don't want to say the guy's tapped out. It's just I don't know. It's an archaic version of offense right now.
Well, he made a public relations mistake by the way he went after Saban, the way he looked and handled that the day after the Saban comments, and then he backed it up with a nice 5-7 season.
That didn't help.
That did not help. All right. When we come back, we've got our 4 downs, more phone calls later to come. The show being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. Leslie and her crew over there will help you get into shape in 2023. Flip that calendar, get into great shape, lose some weight, also help your blood pressure and cholesterol numbers. You can do that by going to this website. Really easy. Just type in aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. It'll take you to the Way to Wellness website. You'll see that they have no contracts. They have no sign-up fees, and your first consultation with Leslie is absolutely free. Learn more about Way to Wellness. Get into great shape in 2023 at a fair price with great people. It's Way to Wellness, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Back with you on the Next Round today. It is time for 4 Downs. It's brought to you by Vulcan Tires. 5 great locations. Great football coming up later today. If you want to go in and get that car service, oil change, do you guys have to remind your kids, hey, when's the last time you check that oil change?
Well, I think the easy thing is the sticker.
Right.
Pay attention to the sticker. But I had to take Leighton's car this past week, right before I got sick, and I took it to the guys at the Hoover location. Had to get new brakes, rotators.
Now, see, I have a horror story because one time I did not put the cap back in the bottom and drained all the oil and ruined a car by locking up because it had no oil in it. So the other day in our...
if we listed your 10 most embarrassing moments for James Sr., I mean, is that one
that was
of them?
high.
Yeah.
That was high.
You just see him go.
Yeah.
I can't.
You had a USC shirt on one day.
A Notre Dame shirt's the one that really got him. He caught me drinking a Zima back in the 80s one time.
Oh, my God. You didn't have a Jolly Rancher in the bottom of it, did you?
I think I did, actually. I forgot about that.
Did.
I think I did. That may have been the one that he really questioned whether or not I was his kid or not.
That's when he grabbed your balls.
No, that's when he said,
Make sure you got a pair of these, son.
He said, Lulagal, are you sure he's mine? Anyway, Vulcan Tires, 5 locations, 4 Downs, brought to you every day.
Yeah, including that new location in Pell City. Anything you need, bumper to bumper, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can do it for you and your family. Locally owned and operated, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
What band was George Michael in?
Wham.
I had a Wham T-shirt in the 80s.
Boy, I bet he loved that.
He was not a fan of that either.
First down.
You and your boyfriends listen to that?
Okay, more surprising second year, 8-5 Sark or 8-5 Kiffin?
I'm actually more surprised at 8-5 Sark than I am 8-5 Kiffin.
I felt like Kiffin was further along in the building process than Sark was. So I am a little bit surprised at that.
I'm surprised at both, just based on this. The SEC was down. The Big 12 was completely wide open.
Yeah.
And you know, I would say Sark too, just based on the fact, if I'm a Texas fan, I'm so pissed off that TCU is playing for a potential national championship, and Kansas State won the Big 12.
Yeah, I thought they would be I thought Texas would be the first 2-loss team in the playoffs at 10-2 this year, with 1 loss to Alabama, 1 loss in Big 12, win the Big 12 championship and be in the playoffs. That obviously didn't happen, and they lose their bowl game. Sark for me.
Second down.
More surprising year one, Brent Venables goes 6-7 at Oklahoma, or Mike Elko goes 9-4 at Duke?
I know it's going to be crazy to say, Brown, but I'm going to say Brent Venables 6-7. I didn't think Mike Elko was going to be this, and anytime you win that much at Duke, and I'm old enough to remember, the Schnellenberger and Blake Oklahoma teams, but 1998's a long time ago. 6-7 Oklahoma is something that is foreign to me now.
Yeah, but I want to pull this up real quick because I've got to add one thing. I'm going to say Duke, but I got to add one thing to it. Not only are they 9-4, their two losses,
Two of their four losses.
Two of their four losses are less than a touchdown. I mean, listen to their losses. At Kansas, 35-27, one-score game.
And that was back when Kansas was really good.
That's right, yeah, when Kansas was 5-0. At Georgia Tech, they lost by 3. Against North Carolina, they lost by 3. At Pitt, they lost by 3.
That's right.
Duke, they had 9 wins, and they didn't lose a game by more than a single digit. I mean, that's incredible.
He's done a great job.
He really has.
I've got a feeling.
And a portal quarterback, right? He brought in a quarterback from the portal who's got some years left on him.
Yeah, the Riley kid.
Yeah.
I've got a feeling that this Venables thing is going to end up being a Florida situation.
I kind of do too. Yeah.
And by that, I mean that Florida's become an average program.
Yeah, they've got some. Billy Napier's got to do some work down there. They got to get the quarterback right. Oklahoma needs the right quarterback after Dylan Gabriel here.
Third down.
Bigger swing and miss preseason prediction. A&M ranked number 6 or TCU unranked?
That's a great point. TCU went from unranked to the playoffs. A&M went from the playoffs to not even making a bowl game.
I'm going to go A&M.
I'm going to go TCU.
I mean, I know there's one every year.
Yep.
And we always talk about in August which team's going to be the top 10 that's out.
This is the year it can't happen, guys. I mean,
yeah, but
I would go TCU too. Year 1, Sonny Dykes. This is the first bowl game they've been in 4 years.
But this is TCU, basically doing what Cincinnati did last year. So getting into the playoffs, and I truthfully expect it's going to play out a lot like Cincinnati last year.
Yeah, but the difference is Cincinnati was undefeated the year before.
Yeah. But it's not like they're out of the top 25. They didn't go to a bowl game.
Yeah.
That top 10 stat we talk about is being out of the top 25.
That's right.
They didn't go to a bowl game.
You could be 8-4, be in a bowl game, be outside the top 25. Yeah.
They didn't go to a bowl game.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Fourth down.
And didn't go to class enough to where they could be a 5-7 team in a bowl game. And they lost 24 people to the portal.
Oh, I know. It's been a disaster.
Forget this until this day, but these two share a birthday. LeBron is 38 today. Tiger Woods is 47. Better career. And let me state for the record, it would have been a slam dunk Tiger back in the day. LeBron has really built this brand. I can't stand LeBron. He's probably my most hated athlete.
But it's Tiger Woods.
Yeah,
Tiger Woods is considered to be, by some, the greatest of all time.
Well,
if not the second greatest of all time.
Here's the thing about Tiger is you can definitely narrow it down to 2. It's either him or Jack Nicklaus.
That's
With
right.
LeBron.
Okay, but here's the thing you've also got to look at. There is a much more bigger spectrum of great basketball players than golfers. You'll give me that, right?
No, I will not.
Oh, yeah.
No, I mean, what?
Well,
I don't even know. How do you quantify that?
Yeah, I don't understand why you would say that. I mean, it's more defined of who the great ones are.
I think it's difficult for you. Could you right now reel off the top 10 golfers of all time?
The top 10 golfers of all time. Arnold Palmer would be in the conversation. Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, obviously. Along the way, I would put Phil Mickelson, I think, makes top 10 of all time.
Bottom of the top 10, but he's probably in there.
He would make bottom of the top 10. You get back in the day.
Losing steam, guys.
No.
I'm saying we haven't even got 5 yet.
Well, I'm just trying to do. I'm trying to do respect for history here.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I mean, Bobby Jones has got to be in the conversation. Yeah. He won a lot of his as an amateur. Walter Hagen gets forgotten a lot. Ben Hogan, Gene Sarazen. I mean, there's a lot of guys that you have to consider for the top 10.
But they were a part in the 70s and 80s when I was growing up. Some of the great golfers.
You could take great Lakers and Celtics and name more great Lakers and Celtics combined than great golfers.
Those are great Lakers and Celtics, and those two franchises are a big part of the greatest teams of all time, absolutely. But after you get to 10 or 11, it's the same thing in golf as it is in basketball. It's just I'm a bigger basketball fan than I'm a golfer.
I disagree, but with all that said,
who's number 10 on your list? Give me somebody.
Basketball?
Yeah, at some point you're going to get to a player.
I don't know, maybe Akeem Olajuwon. I don't know.
Okay, well, Phil Mickelson.
Akeem is good, but at some point you're going to start discussing Kevin Garnett.
Right.
And they're going to be, there are going to be 6 guys like Kevin Garnett, and then you're going to get to someone else. I mean, wherever you decide to draw off that number 10 line, there's a lot of basketball players that's going to fit right there. And I think the top 10 in golf is a more defining line of where you define the greatness. there's a gulf between great golfers, and then at some point it starts blending together in basketball.
I disagree with that, but I do agree that Tiger is the answer here. Here's what's interesting. Tiger is much more liked than LeBron. Would you guys give me that?
Yes, I would.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
And LeBron's never had a scandal.
Well, he's political, though.
Yeah, Tiger has never delved into that.
Yeah.
Nope.
LeBron is very political in a country that's divided
right
into sections now, and Tiger is not. Tiger is very,
Tiger's Tiger.
Yeah, he's hormonal.
It's hormonal.
He likes pulling out the driver.
Okay.
That is the big dog, as we like to say it on the T-Box.
Oh, my God. Flop.
That is 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Again, 5 locations, the newest in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper, they can handle, locally owned and operated. Great guys. For more information, VulcanTireAuto.com.
Hope you used a head cover.
All right, back to the phones. We'll go in just a second. Also, I wanted to do this at the start of the show, but we got to do it here coming up in our next segment. I want you to, because of where Texas is right now in your TCU discussion, but I didn't want to do it until we did 4 Downs. And then I also want to do the state of Florida. I want you to grab your dry erase board and rank me the top 5 teams in Florida and the top 5 teams in Texas, not for this year, but over the next 5 years.
Where they're going?
Yeah,
Okay.
the next 5 years. If you were buying stock, rank them 1 to 5. College football in Texas, college football in Florida, because I think it's a very interesting dynamic where we are in both of those states. The show being brought to you in part by the great folks at the University of Montevallo, a wonderful place for your son or daughter to go to school there. If you're looking for athletics, 21 fully funded NCAA sports. Also, you have the opportunity at Montevallo in the theater department, business department, broadcasting school, very new buildings there. Small class sizes to help your son and daughter academically. Learn more about Montevallo and schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing Shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey guys, tackling that WD has never been easier, and you can handle it discreetly in the Next Round store. I'm Jim Dunaway here to help you with wardrobe dysfunction.
Ooh, I like that hat.
We have new items to excite you daily. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Hats, long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and so much more. Get the gear that we wear and say goodbye to WD forever. Wardrobe dysfunction can be a bad memory. Nextround.store. Nextround.store.
LT will send out a lock in just a second. Brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. He'll tell you about Hemp Hill after we take Brett's phone call. On the road, if I saw him on Twitter correctly, I would imagine somewhere near Las Vegas at this point. Brett?
No, I'm still in New Mexico. I'll be in Vegas in the morning and plenty of time to make my bets before the game starts.
Oh, all right. So Brett's handing, if you guys want to Venmo Brett, he's going to throw some money down to you guys there in Vegas. Who are you betting on tomorrow? Who do you like? You like all the favorites? You like Bama, Michigan, and Georgia?
You got 2 out of the 3, right?
Sounds like you're taking Ohio State.
I love you, Dunaway. No, I actually think TCU's got something for Michigan.
Ooh, okay.
But I'm not gonna play the win on that one. I'm gonna play the over/under on that one.
Yeah, well, good news for you is I disagree with you. I think Michigan runs them out of the house.
Well, okay. Earlier, you guys were kind of recapping how you thought about 2022 was, and that got me to thinking. I was like, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna give my 2022 a B. It could have been an A if I'd have hit that $2 billion Powerball, but I'll go with a solid B for my year. And the best part of my year was the spontaneous, hey, do you have an email? We want to do a Zoom call with you while you're at Denali National Park.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
I
Yeah.
did too. I forgot about that.
Yeah, we just wanted to see how beautiful it was up there, and you had a gorgeous backdrop behind you.
Yep. And, that was the last state that I needed to visit to make 50 out of 50 for me. And Dunaway, if you got that map handy, you could probably mark off 49 of the 50 states that I've been listening to you guys. The only one is Hawaii. And I told Chris we'd have to hit the lottery to go out there because it's almost $10,000 just for round trip tickets and 10-day stay.
Just fly Southwest. You never have to worry about it.
That's right.
No, I'll pass.
Yeah. They say they're going to get things back right, though.
By the 31st, I think they said is their.
I don't think they said, guys, we are in a storm. We don't know what the hell we're going to do.
Now, they
Stay
went
tuned.
from what I believed was the best run airline.
One of the best American company stories,
It is
I
a
thought.
complete shit show.
Complete disaster.
Yep. But I just want to thank you guys for a great year of listening to you guys all over the country while I'm out driving and doing my thing. And every time I come to visit you guys, you're always hospitable, and me and Chrissy appreciate that. And just want to give everybody out there in TNR world a Happy New Year. Be safe this weekend, and don't do nothing I wouldn't do.
Be careful, Brett.
Thank you, Brett. Brett, one of the great American truck drivers there, and for everybody who pushes the products around the country, that listens to us on the highways in that industry. We appreciate you guys so much. Really underappreciated, our truck drivers who keep moving stuff coast to coast here. It is still, I think, the most reliable way to ship things around this country, and we appreciate you guys so much out there. All right, let's rank these teams in Texas and in Florida, the state, when it comes to college football right now. These are over the next 5 years, not just the rankings this year. And I'm interested. Let's go you first, LT.
So in the state of Florida, I have got South Florida at number 5. I've got UCF at 4, Miami 3, Florida 2, which I don't feel good about any of those 4, and then Florida State at 1. I think they're trending.
Our Floridas are identical.
Yeah.
FSU, Florida, Miami, Central Florida, South Florida, 1 to 5 for me.
My 5 is different. I have FAU with Tom Herman and the coaching staff he's putting there better than South Florida.
Okay.
And I wouldn't argue against that. I mean, it's a coin flip.
But that's where and that is a right here.
What, Central Florida?
Could be a fireable offense for Gus Malzahn
Well,
next year. If they lose 4 or 5 games again.
He's 4 lost guys, and I think that's who he is. And you saw in the bowl game again.
Yeah, I really thought maybe you'd have Miami 4th and UCF 3rd. So, but I'm exactly that way too. And I think if you're an SEC fan, you look at that right now and you're like, there's no way Florida should be behind Florida State, where those programs, where Florida State has been over the last few years. There's no way you let them get back there.
What do you want from me? Tech or
No,
your
go
Lance?
ahead and give me your Texas.
So I've got Houston at 5. Still have a lot of resources. I just don't trust them to, for whatever reason, get over the hump. I've got UTSA. I love Jeff Traylor. I like what he's building. They're about to go to the American.
I hear you. I hear you. That's not what I'm laughing about. Yeah, but go ahead.
Number 3, Texas.
Okay.
Number 2, SMU.
Yeah.
They are building a huge collective.
Yeah.
You can. I don't like Rhett Lashley. I don't think he's a good coach. And number 1, TCU.
And SMU is going to stay where in the American?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, there will be a very, very little factor there. I don't care how big their collective is.
Yeah. I mean, Sark is not a good head coach.
No.
Obviously, Jimbo Fisher is not a good head coach.
Houston 5, Baylor 4. You left Baylor out.
Oh yeah, I would have switched Baylor and Houston then.
Texas A&M, TCU, and Texas.
You got Texas number 1.
Yeah, next 5 years, not right now. Texas.
Well, and you'll see a trend with me too, because I've got Texas number 1 on mine, and A&M number 3 because we got a 5-year window. Those programs are not going to sit around and be bad for 5 years.
That's right.
They're going to make a coaching change.
And the only reason Texas A&M is 3 and not 2 for me is they're tied with Jimbo Fisher now. Financially, as soon as they can, they will get rid of him.
And I got Baylor at 2 because keep in mind they're about to be left behind in the Big 12, where they'll be one of the better teams in the Big 12 right now.
Great point.
Yeah, I totally swung and missed on Baylor.
Yeah, TCU 4. I don't think they've got staying power. And I got Texas Tech at 5. I like Joey McGuire.
I like Joey McGuire.
I think that
too.
guy's a good football coach.
I do too. But you bring up a great point with the collective. It'll be interesting. I don't know what kind of support Houston has. Obviously, they didn't have a lot of political support, or they would have never been kicked out of the conference when when the Southwest imploded in the Big 8 and the Southwest.
But they got
combined.
that Ferrati guy or whatever his name is.
Furtada, the big restaurant owner. Yeah.
Yeah. You say Furtada, I say Furtada.
Ferrati.
Yeah. So that's our list there. It's just interesting where those two powerful states are right now.
I mean, Texas can't win a Big 12 championship. They're not going to be able to get it done in the SEC. The recruiting's not going to get better with them coming to the SEC.
No, I don't disagree with you, but I think they'll change coaches at that point.
Well, we did bring it up earlier that the two teams that are coming to the SEC, they took those L's yesterday, didn't they? Texas and Oklahoma.
Yeah. I don't think anybody in the SEC is worried about either one of those teams.
I mean, right now, when it was announced Oklahoma and Texas were coming, you looked across the country and you're like, you could not give me two teams better to join a conference. And then when the Big Ten said USC, UCLA, right now, that does look like better product.
Yeah.
Well,
at least in football, everything else is still Texas, Oklahoma.
Look, there could be something to Lincoln Riley leaving Oklahoma because he didn't want to be in the SEC. But if you're an SEC fan, would you rather have Texas, Oklahoma, or USC?
USC. I mean, if I'm not going to worry about geography. Oh, you mean rather that I can beat them?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'd rather have Texas and Oklahoma.
I mean,
right now.
USC would be the last team you want to see coming.
Yeah.
But historically, usually Oklahoma and Texas is not an easy W. But that is especially Oklahoma. Now that's where this changes a little bit. To have Oklahoma at 6 and 7. We'll see if they get it right. They better hurry up, though. You're right. You can't come in and be lagging behind in the SEC, or you could start a trend that you're just middle of the pack. All right, one more segment to go in 2022. We'll give our thoughts on what we're going to see tomorrow in the college football playoffs. That's coming up next right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckme store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckme.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
I'm watching the SportsCenter Not Top 10 for the year, and just now number 2 was Mike Evans dropping that pass, first play of scrimmage to start the season against Carolina, where the Bucs threw it deep, and Mike Evans was wide open, and he bobbled it like 3 or 4 times and dropped it. Is it stupid of me to think that if he connects on that pass, that the season is totally different?
Yeah.
That's one play, yeah. I think in the NFL, you're eventually going to be what you are. You can't hide it in the NFL. You can hide it in college a little bit.
Yeah.
But you can't really hide it in the NFL.
You guys had the same problem the Rams had.
No offensive lineman, man.
Yeah.
And I've mentioned this to Brown a couple of times since you've been gone, that there's no place you can go and get offensive linemen. It seems like it's easier to me to go find another. I mean, Carolina's pulling Josh Norman from Omni Coffee and Eggs, his company in Atlanta, to play this weekend in a game that's going to decide the NFC South. You can go find DBs and receivers. You can't go find offensive linemen.
There is less of an emphasis on offensive linemen now. We're in the worst era of offensive linemen I think we've ever had.
I would agree. And some of that's probably everything's a 7-on-7 now.
Quarterback play, wide receiver play, best we've ever had.
Yeah, I agree with that. We got playoffs coming up. Precision Sports will get you into the game, unless you're an offensive lineman. No, they'll even get offensive linemen into the game. And then we'll talk about what we're going to see on the field tomorrow in the 2 playoff games in the Bama-Kansas State game. Precision Sports, thank you so much for being with us in 2022.
Yeah, 'tis the season to make your plans to get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they encourage you to start out 2023 with less pain. Schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
Let me read this text from Forrester really quick. Okay, pick of LT in the hospital is what we have breaking right now.
Oh, wow. Let's see this. So this was Lance. Wow.
Wow, look at that.
That was Christmas Eve. That's the way you don't want to spend Christmas Eve.
No, that's a bad Christmas Eve.
I didn't know the picture was being taken, but...
well, you would have smiled. Dying with the logo, though. Dying with that brand.
That's right.
I said the same thing.
If Lance went to the grave, he went to the grave wearing Next Round gear.
No, the funny is I have the Next Round hat on, but I've also got the trash shirt.
Look at you.
But the doctor walked in the ER with a trash shirt.
Well, the doctor came in and he's like, Lance Taylor, I assume the Next Round.
Oh, yeah?
It's like, we appreciate you listening. Yeah.
How about that? Thanks, Doc.
And if you've ever listened to Dunaway and Brown, you know how important it is that you make me well again, make me whole.
Make me whole.
I tell you, man, you don't want to be in a hospital.
No.
I'm writing that down.
Is that the worst? Is that the
Put that on a T-shirt.
You don't want to be in the hospital.
No, that's the worst shape I've ever been in.
No. I was going to say, is that the worst or strangest place you've ever been recognized as a host of this show? Because I had 4 listeners.
No.
Viewers.
I was.
I know my strangest place. And it's just strange where it happened. It's not a strange place.
Yeah, mine was probably in a whorehouse in Munich. I'm kidding. I've never been to Europe.
Each blind Lance?
Die Nachttraum! I had 4 different people stop me at Disney this last week. 4 different people. It's wild. No, it's just wild.
Seriously?
Yes.
The Brown Bandit.
Yeah, you're not expecting it. And I saw Brian Harsin. I don't know if you guys mentioned that on the air, but Coach Harsin and his family were at Epcot.
Spending that Auburn money.
Spending that Auburn money one of the days we were there. So I visited with him for a little bit.
So Alabama, Kansas State tomorrow morning. How do you think that plays out for you?
I mean, God, right in the middle of the story, Dunaway. Let's talk about that game more. I thought
you
had done a whole week.
I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
No, Brown, please don't end 2022 with your feathers in a ruffle again, as you sometimes do. Finish your story. I thought you were done. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
So I was mentioning that I saw Brian Harsin at.
Tell us more. How people recognized you at Disney. Go ahead.
All right,
oh my God. Bama got a big game, guys.
Back to Brian Harsin.
Nope, I'm done.
I thought that was the end of the story. Brian Harsin was at Disney, and you talked to him.
Yes, I talked to Brian Harsin. I was going to tell the story of the strangest place.
I thought it was Disney.
Did Harsin know who you were?
Yeah. We talked for a minute.
Yeah, so he wouldn't know who I was.
Yeah, me either. I thought that was the strangest place. Those 4 people at Disney.
No. Disney's pretty random. I was in a Western wear store in Fort Worth, Texas. Went to a Western wear store. My wife and I are out in Dallas at Fort Worth. And somebody, I'm just looking at boots and cowboy hats and crap like that, dusters and all that. And somebody goes, "Hey, Brownie." I was like, "You have got to be freaking kidding me." My wife was even like more, and just some random guy was in Fort Worth, Texas, happened to be in that same store.
Yeah, I don't get recognized like that.
Me either. Alabama, Kansas State tomorrow, and then the 2 playoff games before we get to the top of the hour. What do you think?
I think Alabama's going to come to play. Whether that equates to a win in the cover, I'm not sure. It's interesting you asked John Parker the question, will those guys play this like an exhibition game? I haven't heard that. Why would you put yourself at risk for a quarter or 2 and not finish?
Yeah, I don't buy into that rumor. I think that's just people yapping. I mean, that's dumb. If you're going to play in the game, play in the game.
The discussion has been just from some fans when you're out talking to people, they're like, do you think they're having to play for NIL reasons? Like they reached an agreement that they had to play that. I said, I've never heard anything like that. No, I've never heard anything about them only playing a quarter or 2 drives or only a half or any of that. You can get hurt on 1 drive just like you can on the last drive. So I have not heard any of that. We'll see how it all plays out. Playoff games. Are you a Michigan, Georgia
I'm both
guy?
Favorites. I mean, Lance is right. I said this I think yesterday on the show, is you don't look at seeding in the history of the playoffs. All you do is look at who Vegas favors in the semifinals. The Vegas favorites
they typically tear it up.
Almost undefeated, I would imagine.
I got a feeling, though, that one dog is going to win outright tomorrow.
I know you say that, Brown, but 5 of the 8 playoff championship games has had either the 3 or the 4 seed in them.
Yeah, but I'm just saying who's the Vegas favorite.
Oh, that's true.
Seeding is not what I'm worried about. It's the Vegas favorite. Most of the time has won that game, and they've won it going away.
5 of the 8 championship games have had the 3 and the 4 seed in it. Ohio State has been that team twice in 2014 and 2021. On Tuesday, when we're back with you to start off 2023, we'll see if it's Georgia and Michigan in a very physical national championship game or if somebody else pulled the upset. Thank you guys so much for 2022 and what you guys have done for all of us up here. From all 10 of the employees at Double Down Media, thank you so much. God bless you. God bless America, and we'll see you in 2023.